Commissioners, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Vice Chairman Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall. Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty and gracious God, we are grateful for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your peace and your power upon these, your people gathered. Bless now Fulton County leaders and all leaders. Give them your direction and your courage and strength to do what is right. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, just one moment. Now, I see a couple of placards. We do not allow placards in the Assembly Hall, so if you would put those down, I would appreciate it. Thank you. Madam Clerk, continue.
On page 2, consent agenda, 23050, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the regular meeting agenda for separate consideration.
All right, any items on the consent agenda? Madam Clerk, no. Commissioners, no. All right, entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne is seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Bottom of page 7, regular meeting agenda, 230671, adoption of the regular meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have one item to amend proclamations on page 8, 230673. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman has requested to remove the proclamation recognizing Atlanta Dream WNBA Team Appreciation Day.
Okay. Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I had one requested change, or that we move up an item on the agenda, item 230690 on page 14 of 14, discussion item related to $5.3 million of emergency funding approved April 19, 2023. I'd like that to be heard before the county manager item, so it'd be after item 230680.
What page?
The item is on page 14 of 14. It's the next to last item,
Okay.
0690,
All right.
and to be heard after 0680.
All right. Commissioner Barrett?
I would like to move up item number 23-0684. We have an elected official with us, and I'd like to have her say and be here to answer questions on that. So it's item 684. I'm not sure what page. Sorry. It's on page 12.
Okay.
Top of page 12. If we can just move it up in the agenda, we can take it wherever you think is appropriate,
No
Chairman.
objection. Anything else? All right, a motion to approve the agenda as amended. A motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett. Is there a second? Is there a second? Seconded by Vice Chair Ellis. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. 230672, ratification of minutes, regular meeting minutes, September 6th, recess meeting post-agenda minutes, September 20th, 2023.
All right, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. Page 8, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing White Cane Awareness Day, sponsored by the full Board of Commissioners.
Okay, we have, 14 proclamations. It takes we have 30 minutes for proclamations, unless you want to amend the rules. This will take about an hour and 15 minutes for proclamations, and we allow 30 minutes. What's your pleasure? Yeah. We'll take all of them and we decide when he gets here. All right, let's go. Madam Clerk. All right, those who are receiving proclamation, let's go. You good?
He don't. Come on. Can I please get everyone with the White Cane Awareness Day? Please come forward so we can present this. Good morning, good morning.
Good morning.
You're welcome. Some could come to my left, please. We want to make sure we get you all together for the photograph. You can come in your song, baby, right here. Y'all swing back a little bit. Come this way. Alaikum salam. How are you? Do we have everyone? Chairman, are we ready? Okay, white canes were introduced in the 1930s as a way of assisting visually impaired pedestrians to travel independently. They were painted white to be more easily visible and to help motorists identify and yield to people using the white cane. And whereas the use of white canes have been protected by law in the United States since their origin, and in the 1960s, the National Federation of the Blind became a leader in fighting for the rights of the blind and in pioneering in innovative training programs using the white cane. And whereas on October 6, 1964, the United States Congress adopted a joint resolution designating October 15th of each year as White Cane Safety Day, recognizing that white canes enable blind people to travel safely and independently. And whereas President Lyndon B. Johnson signed the first White Cane Safety Day proclamation within hours of the passage of the joint resolution, and in 2011, President Barack Obama referred to the White Cane Safety Day as Blind Americans Equality Day. And whereas the emphasis of White Cane Safety Day has shifted over time away from safety and towards independence and equality, and now celebrates the achievements of blind or visually impaired people and highlights the white cane as an important mobility tool. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes White Cane Safety Day as a day to bring awareness to the rights of blind and visually impaired citizens to be mobile and independent citizens. And thanks to the Department of Diversity and Civil Rights Compliance and the Commission on Disability Affairs for their invaluable advocacy of the rights and needs of citizens with disabilities, and does hereby proclaim Sunday, October 15, 2023, as White Cane Awareness Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Would you please applaud this community that we celebrate today in their independence?
Good morning. My name is Melissa Cothrell, and I am the Director for the Department of Diversity and Civil Rights Compliance. I am very excited to be here to celebrate with our community partners, our CODA board, this magnificent day. We are wanting to invite two of our community partners to speak briefly to share more with you.
Thank you. And Chairman Pitts and the, the rest of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, I am deeply honored to accept this proclamation. I've been working with the Commission on Disability Affairs for quite a long time, and it always pleased me to tell everyone that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners has taken the leadership role when it comes to dealing with people with disabilities in the county. So on behalf of the organization that I represent, the Commission on Disability Affairs, the National Federation of the Blind, and we have blind veterans with us also. And I am left with this. My mother always would have a quote of some type. No one cares how much, no one would ever care how much you know until they know how much you care. And I can tell you, Fulton County really cares. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everyone. I am Dorothy Griffin, President of the National Federation of the Blind of Georgia, and I am honored here today to agree with the acceptance of our White Cane Proclamation, and I would like to thank the Fulton County Commissions for giving us this opportunity. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing WSB-TV Appreciation Day, sponsored by the full Board of Commissioners.
So I get the one to recognize. Welcome South, brother. So we got our guest from WSB TV
Come around up here.
come down here to join us. So,
Come on, come on. Oh, you so cute, come on. Yeah, I met you.
all right. Well, I think a lot of you probably know who, a lot of folks in the audience know who these folks up here are. So we're going to recognize WSB TV for the role that they played in all of our lives here in the metro community. So whereas in 1948, WSB TV became the first television station in Georgia and in the southeastern United States, serving citizens of Fulton County and the citizens of Georgia. And whereas WSB TV, known for its iconic Channel 2 Action News brand, has provided valued news and information critical to the citizens of Metro Atlanta and North Georgia since 1948. And whereas WSB TV has been a pioneer in broadcast technology, from being an early adopter of color television, the first station in Georgia to transition to high-definition broadcasting, and the first to launch its own streaming channel. And whereas WSTV has a strong tradition of community involvement and philanthropy with the Family to Family Project and the People to People Show. And whereas WSTV not only is a market leader in Georgia, but also is the top-rated local news station in the United States, with staff dedicated to the mission of serving its communities for the past 75 years. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends WSB-TV on its 75th anniversary of service and dedication to the citizens of Fulton County and Metro Atlanta, and does hereby proclaim September 29, 2023 as WSB-TV Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
Well, thank you to the commission for recognizing us and honoring us. I'm Ray Carter. I'm the Vice President and General Manager of WSB-TV. It's my pleasure to lead the team forward for the next 75 years. We do have this. I noticed when I walked in, none of your heads whipped around, but when these three walked in, your heads whipped around. I take no offense to that whatsoever. George Estevez, our 5 o'clock and 11 o'clock anchor, Linda Stouffer, our 6 o'clock anchor, Candace Presley, our Director of Community and Public Affairs, the heartbeat of this television station. This last Friday, we celebrated 75 years of service to this community, and we're proud of that heritage, we're proud of the tradition. Not only, and many of you don't know this, not only is it the #1 television station in Atlanta and all of Georgia, this is, by share of audience, the #1 news audience in the morning, the #1 news audience at 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, and 11 o'clock in the United States.
Wow.
That's WSB-TV. I'm proud of that. You don't need to hear any more from me, but I would sure like to call on George, Linda, and Candace to just say a few words. George, we'll start with you.
So this is what the morning looks like. Normally I don't go to bed till 2. Listen, it is so great to see your faces, and joining this team several years ago during a few rough years that we've had here in North Georgia and around the country and around the world has been a gift and an honor, and we do it for people who checked us in today at security, who looked at us and said, hey, I know you guys. Then she asked for Fred Blankenship, but that's not the point. The point is she saw our faces and felt comfort, and we feel a responsibility to do the work for you. We go where you can't. We ask the questions you wish you could, and our job is to work for you. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Linda Stouffer, team member at Channel 2, and I just want to thank all the Fulton County Commissioners and Chairman Pitts for having us here today and to recognize this anniversary for WSB-TV. We appreciate you so much and appreciate your trust in us. We always work so hard every single day so that when you turn to Channel 2, you get the latest information so that you can stay safe, so that you can make the right decisions for your family, so you know what's going on in the Fulton County Commission and throughout all the important counties in Metro Atlanta. So thank you for your trust in us, and happy birthday, WSB.
And again, good morning, everyone. I'm Candace Presley, Director of Community and Public Affairs at WSB-TV Channel 2. And again, thank you all to the members of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners and to all of you in the community here for the meeting today to recognize us and the service that we provide to all of you as this community. You're not in the community for 75 years without feeling very strongly about the coverage that we provide, as George said, asking the questions you want to ask, going the places that you would like to be, and of course, in my area, delivering the community coverage that you can count on. We thank you all very, very much.
Can you all come in? Thank you, and you are gorgeous too. All righty.
The next proclamation is recognizing Digital Inclusion Week, sponsored by the full Board of Commissioners.
All right. We got more coming. Awesome. All right, the proclamation reads as follows. Whereas Digital Inclusion Week acknowledges the work of the Fulton County Digital Ambassadors Program, which connects residents to broadband services and digital equity, which plays an important role in civic, cultural, and economic participation in our society and is necessary for lifelong learning and access to essential services for local communities. And whereas the COVID-19 health crisis has shed light on the digital divide and the need for home internet service and the large number of American households in all kinds of communities who do not have it. And whereas the Affordable Connectivity Program is a federal benefit program that provides eligible households, such as those who receive federal assistance, with a discount on broadband service and connected devices. And whereas only half of more than 100,000 households in Fulton County who are eligible for the ACP program have actually enrolled, and whereas Select Fulton, in partnership with the Goodwill of North Georgia, and $150,000 in funding provided by Comcast, developed the Digital Ambassador Program to create over 100 strategic access points throughout Fulton County to connect residents with free broadband access via the ACP program. And whereas the Digital Ambassador Program also includes digital navigators who are internet specialists that attend civic, nonprofit, and faith-based events to get residents enrolled in the ACP program. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners of Fulton County encourages all citizens to raise awareness of digital equity and broadband access issues with the goal of closing the digital divide, and does hereby proclaim the week of October 2nd through 6th, 2023 as Digital Inclusion Week in Fulton County, Georgia. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Samir Abdullahi. I'm the director of Select Fulton. We're the economic and workforce development arm for Fulton County government. So we work to bring jobs and new investment here to Fulton County. As the proclamation mentioned, we learned a lot of lessons during the COVID-19 pandemic. One is strength around small business support, but also want to thank the county manager for challenging us of what else can you do? And broadband connectivity was one of those major issues. We learned that MiFi devices and wireless is not enough for 3 kids or 4 kids in an apartment. It's hard infrastructure in the ground that matters, and that's what the ACP program, the Affordable Connectivity Program, offers our residents for free. I want to thank this public, private, and nonprofit collaboration that's represented in this partnership today. We have our private partners at Comcast that stepped up and gave $150,000 to make this Digital Ambassador Program happen. We have our Goodwill partners and our digital navigators that are our boots on the ground doing the real work, going to community groups, faith-based groups, and educating people and helping them sign up for the Affordable Connectivity Program. So today we celebrate the work that has already been done, but we acknowledge the work that still needs to be done. So I want to anoint everyone in this room as a digital ambassador. You're aware of the Affordable Connectivity Program. Make sure you share it with your friends, your colleagues, those in need, and let's get to that 100%. So thank you, appreciate it.
All right, Commissioners, before you sound the next proclamation, let me repeat, there are no placards allowed in the Assembly Hall. I respectfully ask you again to lower the placards, otherwise we'll have to have them removed.
Thank you. Where's my?
Let me
The
repeat.
people from the Hispanic
Thank you.
Heritage Month.
The next proclamation is recognizing National Hispanic Heritage Month, sponsored by Commissioner Thorne and the full Board of Commissioners.
Hey there, good to see you again. Good to see you. I'll have you speak first. I think we have. LLA. We have one other from the LAA. The LAA? Okay, okay. Great. It gives me great honor today to present this proclamation on behalf of the National Hispanic Heritage Month. I grew up with a Hispanic heritage, a background that I credit to, that I'm here because of my Hispanic heritage that I grew up with. I experienced, one, I grew up in a family with a strong faith, a strong Catholic faith that guided me. Secondly, I grew up with a work ethic, a strong work ethic that the Hispanic community has. They don't expect anything for free. They work, they have a strong work ethic. My grandparents came here from Mexico and worked their way through being citizens here. Thirdly, the family and the community, the strong bonds that you can not even see a family member in a decade, and then when you see them, they're there for you if you need them. So I credit my Hispanic heritage, and today with me I have Los Niños Primeros. It's an organization in Sandy Springs in North Fulton that empowers Latino students and their families from early childhood, college, through holistic academic leadership and community programs. Whereas Hispanic Heritage Month is observed annually from September 15th to October 15th and was established to appreciate and celebrate the colorful cultures, rich histories, and diversity of the American Latino community whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central America. And whereas the day of September 15th is significant because it is the anniversary of independence for Latin American countries, Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. And whereas Mexico and Chile celebrate their Independence Days on September 16th and 18th, respectively, and whereas our country has always drawn strength and insights from Hispanic writers, scientists, soldiers, doctors, entrepreneurs, academics, and leaders in labor and government. And whereas during Hispanic Heritage Month, we reaffirm that diversity is one of our country's greatest strengths, and we acknowledge the Hispanic leaders who have stayed in the struggle for equal justice to ensure that everyone in this country can contribute their talents and have the opportunity to thrive. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognize the large impact of Hispanic heritage in the United States and calls upon all Fulton County citizens to observe this month with appropriate ceremonies and programs, and does hereby proclaim the month of October 2023 as National Hispanic Heritage Month in Fulton County, Georgia.
Buenos días a todos. I'm very honored to be here. And Marixa Morelli, the Executive Director of Los Niños Primero organization, who has been working for 23 years providing educational service to our underserved population in Sandy Springs, but now we are extended to 4 different counties. So it's an honor for us to receive this proclamation and to provide services for the new generation of Latino that has been born here and will be sitting here and be part of this incredible country. Thank you very much.
next proclamation is recognizing Down Syndrome Awareness Day, sponsored by Vice Chairman Ellis.
Good morning. We'd like to invite those in the Downs community as supporters and friends come down here and join us. And as they're making their way down, I just sort of want to say when I agreed to do this a few months ago, I didn't know how providential and fortuitous the timing of this proclamation would be. So I'm privileged about that, and as a point of personal privilege, my brother was a Downs baby, was born a little over 50 years ago, and on September 23rd, he celebrated his 50th birthday. And we've come a long way in terms of the support with those with Downs. We got a long ways to go, but we've definitely come a long way over that 50-year period of time. So with that, I'm going to share this proclamation. So we got everybody joining us here. Man, you're a true fan. You still got that Falcons gear on. Optimistic. All right. Yeah. All right. Whereas individuals with Down syndrome are active citizens who contribute much to the overall quality of life in this community, and whereas greater public awareness and acceptance of these persons will increase their access to education, employment, housing, and social and recreational opportunities, and whereas it is the desire of our community to create a place where all people can explore and develop their varied abilities, can enjoy productive work, and contribute by meaningful participation in the life of their communities. And whereas it is the goal of Fulton County to instill positive perceptions of people with Down syndrome. And whereas during October 2023, National Down Syndrome Awareness Month, Fulton County residents are encouraged to promote positive awareness and greater opportunities for persons with Down syndrome, and are challenged to look beyond a person's particular disability and focus instead upon each person's diverse abilities and contributions to the community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County recognizes the importance of National Down Syndrome Awareness Month as an opportunity to embrace the acceptance and inclusion of people with Down syndrome, and does hereby proclaim the month of October 2023 as National Down Syndrome Awareness Month in Fulton County, Georgia. Got anybody want to say anything? Got anybody want to say anything? No? All right. I know you get long-winded, so you got to be brief on me, all right? All right, this guy right here is a star. We've had him up here before. All right, so just say a few quick words.
I just want to tell you, thank y'all for supporting us. And it really, good things, stuff like that.
All right. All right. All right. Good job.
The next proclamation is recognizing Sergeant Tucker Byrne Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Thorne.
Can the rest of you come on the other side, please? The rest of you come on the other side. Thank you. We appreciate all the hard work you all do.
It gives me great honor today to give this proclamation to Sergeant Tucker Byrne. He's been with the Fulton County Police for only a year, but he's also spent 4 years with the APD, and he is truly a hero that puts his life on the line every day, like all these officers up here. And their heroics sometimes go unheard or unspoken. Not that they look for awards or proclamations, but I feel it important that we honor them today because it is so lacking in the atmosphere that we have going on right now. So it gives me great privilege. Whereas on Monday, July 3rd, 2023, at approximately 6 p.m., Fulton County Police Corporal Tucker Byrne received a BOLO, be on the lookout, call from the Atlanta Police Department for a kidnapping in the area near the I-285 and I-20 connector for a blue BMW X3. Corporal Burns spotted the vehicle in the area of I-285 southbound near the Camp Creek Parkway exit. And whereas a traffic stop was attempted on the vehicle when the driver stopped in the middle of the highway, causing other motorists and police vehicles to swerve. And whereas Corporal Byrne noticed a female passenger hanging out the left rear passenger window screaming for help as the vehicle began to flee from law enforcement, refusing to stop. And whereas a pursuit ensued as the vehicle began traveling southbound on I-285 at a high rate of speed in excess of 100 miles per hour for approximately 20 miles, when Corporal Byrne initiated a precision immobilization technique to safely stop the vehicle. And whereas Corporal Byrne approached the vehicle, removed the occupants, rescued the victim, and apprehended the driver. He has since been promoted to the rank of sergeant. So now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Sergeant Tucker Byrne for his bravery, courage, heroism, and quick response that prevented other innocent citizens from being harmed, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, October 4th, 2023, as Sergeant Tucker Byrne Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia.
The last proclamation is recognizing National Plus Size
Can I get all
Appreciation
of the
Day.
full-figure queens to join me as well as their supporters? We've got one more colleague, so if you all don't mind, and as they're making their way, you do not have to adjust your dial. Yes, we do have full-figure pageant queens. Some of you all come on this side. We have 5 queens with us today, and I make number 6. At the end of the day, in a society that likes to fat shame, likes to say that your worth is tied to your size, you never hear anybody go to the steakhouse and say, give me the skinniest steak you can find. You never find anybody to go to the bank and say, I just want a little bit of my money. They want a large amount of their money. So I say to you what my mother often said to me as a plus teen, don't nothing but a dog like bones, and he bury those most of the time. And so I take with immense pride and honor today, because we are in a society where more women are plus size and more men are plus size than what we consider the norm. And so don't adjust your dial, because you have full figure pageantry. All these women are queens. And as of today, Fulton County will honor them. Whereas LaToya Francois is a native of Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and began her career in 2015, starting with the modeling group known as Phenomenally Plush, which catapulted her into the very first plus-size calendar published in the state of Louisiana titled Big Beautiful Bosses. And whereas LaToya, competed in the Miss Full Figure Louisiana pageant before she relocated to Atlanta, Georgia, and has since graced many stages, showcasing the walk that earned her the name the Showstopper. She also spearheaded the Georgia branch of the Miss Full Figure pageant, which was held on May 19th, 2019. And whereas the Miss Full Figure Georgia Plus pageant is a division of Miss Full Figure USA and was founded in 2018 by CEO Teresa Sparkle Randolph and directed by LaToya Francois to focus on building self-confidence in women of all sizes. And whereas Miss Full Figure Georgia Beauty Pageant is a pageant for full-figure women in Georgia of all races and ethnicities, whose mission is to empower women through pageantry and inspire others while serving the community. And the creator's motto is "Size has no barrier on beauty." And whereas on August 12, 2023, LaToya celebrated her 5th year as director of the Miss Full Figure Georgia pageant, and in 2021, she was able to produce the first Miss Full Figure Alabama pageant in Birmingham, Alabama. The honorees today, of course, are LaToya Francois, Whitney Fafita, Kenya Thomas, Elisa Ford, Glenda Hayes. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners commends LaToya Francois for her outstanding work with the Miss Full Figure Georgia Plus pageant and for her tireless work as a mentor and role model to young girls in her community, and does hereby proclaim Friday, October 6th, as National Plus Size Appreciation Day in Fulton County. Would you please put your hands together for these phenomenal queens?
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you so much. I am so excited to be able to have a day for LaToya. To appreciate the plus size women. We are here. We are beautiful, we are bold, and we are here to stay. Watch us work. Thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk, continue.
On page 9, public hearings, 230674, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing online by registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, Public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with the speakers in Assembly Hall. We have received 50 speaker cards. Will the first 6 speakers please come forward? Council Member Liliana Battieri, Dr. Alveda C. King, Angela Stanton King, Kathy Schreider, Stephanie Miller, and Shelley Falk.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Just for your information, for those who have not spoken before the Board of Commissioners before, there's no time limit for elected officials. Others, though, there's a strict 2-minute time limit. When you have 15 seconds left of your 2 minutes, I'll say 15 seconds, that's your clue to conclude your remarks. There are 50 people who've signed up to speak today, and we allow 30 minutes for public comment. 50 here in the Assembly Hall, 47 emails, that's about 5 hours. We can't do that today. So we're going to enforce that 30-minute time limit. So if someone has already said what you were going to say, I would appreciate it if you would just not yield your time, but be mindful of the fact that we've heard what previous speakers have said, what you were going to say, because we have a lot on our agenda today. So we're going to adhere to that 30-minute time limit. But again, there's no time limit for elected officials. Council member, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will also try to not take advantage of the fact that I have no time limit and defy what is expected of politicians and try to keep it short. So my name is Liliana Bakhtiari. I'm the council person for District 5 in the City of Atlanta. I wanted to speak to you all today about the legislation that Commissioner Barrett is putting forth around an abortion fund. I also want to thank Commissioner Hall for trying to carry this effort last year and for continuing the work. For those who may not know, last year, City of Atlanta unanimously adopted legislation to fund access to reproductive health care through ARC Southeast, which is a Black female-led nonprofit that helps give access to reproductive health care. Now, most people think when I say reproductive health care, I mean solely abortions. I do not. The issue of reproductive health care is all-encompassing. It doesn't just ensure that people have access to doctors in a state especially where we are top 10 in the nation for hospital shutdowns. It also ensures that people have access to doctors for a number of other reasons, to also ensure that they have access to safe pregnancy, to ensure that they have access to take care of their children. This helps children that are currently homeless in our system. It helps with family planning. It helps families be set up to succeed. I have done this. I have traveled the world working in this issue. The world. And to the people behind me that have every right to come and state their opinion, I want you to know that banning abortions do not stop abortions. It stops access to safe abortions. The hospitals I've worked in this around the country and around the globe, I have seen women that are in the emergency rooms where there's all-out bans on abortions that have basically killed themselves out of desperation because they want to have autonomy over their own bodies. Never have I ever seen anywhere where the health of a community is not directly correlated to the treatment of women and children. We are in a state where we have limited access to health care, where we do not have Medicaid expansion, where we have shut down more hospitals than I can name. We've experienced 2 shutdowns in the city in the last year already. This is going to cause deaths to go up. And banning it, again, does not stop access to abortion. No woman, no person should ever be made to choose what's between their own life and the health of their child. And I also want to say that giving access to safe and legal abortions and educated family planning lowers the number of abortions. I too want to live in a world where this does not happen. The way you make that happen is by funding family education, is by funding access to contraceptives, is by actually having a healthy sex ed curriculum, and also ensuring that people have autonomy over their own bodies. And to those who think that taxes should not go to this issue, I also want to remind you that that is quite ironic because we live in a state where tax dollars go to fund trap laws and crisis pregnancy centers. And if you don't know what a crisis pregnancy center is, there's this beautiful thing called Google on your phone. And you should take time to look at it because crisis pregnancy centers lure people in under the false pretense that they will receive access to reproductive health care and then shames them for being pregnant and scares them out of access to a doctor. To the people up here, we have the ability to do so much good in this city and this state and to lead the Southeast in this work. To the organizers who have been relentless, tireless, and resilient, thank you for your patience and your compassion on this issue. You are saving lives. To anyone here who thinks that this is an either-or conversation, it is not. It is a yes and. To the commissioners up here that want to do additional work, you have my full commitment. I will do everything I can to do things like fight for better education, to fight for funding homeless initiatives for homeless youth. I will do, you have me, I will work on every other issue. I just ask, I beg you to please support this initiative because I believe this too will save lives. And I promise that I am here to help with any and every other initiative that you all have because it's not about one thing that will solve the current epidemic we face with the youth in our city because it's not just about abortion, it's about a lot of things. I promise you that I am here to help with every diversity of tactic you bring to the table to save the lives of our children. I promise you. I just ask that you please fund this initiative because the city has done it. We're asking you to be our partners and match what we are already committing to. And you have my full commitment that I will be with you every step of the way. Before I move on from that, there's one other thing that I wanted to mention, and I would be a terrible representative if I didn't, around the Fulton County Jail. I ask that you please, please, please begin investing in pre-arrest diversion. Commissioner Rahman, I thank you for giving the legislation to Councilmember Waits. I'll be supporting that legislation for pre-arrest diversion. Please go back to the audit that we did. It shows that the overcrowding is preventable to some degree, and I know how much everyone up here cares. I don't think for 2 seconds the public will yell at us and say that we are responsible for the deaths of individuals. I know that's not what any of us wants because I know each of you personally. I am here to also help in that fight. We had a man that just died from a medical heart condition for stealing aspirin. And so what we are seeing right now is that we are investing more in reactionary tactics and diverting people out of a system that is not made for them to recover and have a second chance at life. So I ask that you please revisit the audit. I ask that you please arrest and pre-arrest diversion and more diversion tactics. And I am here as a committed partner to you in whatever you decide. Because I want to do this work more than anything, it's why I'm here. And I thank you for your time. I'm sure I went a little too long, but I appreciate you all. Please, please, please vote through this initiative today. Please fund access to reproductive health care. It'll save lives. Thank you.
Okay.
Former state.
Just one moment. It is 10:53, and we're going to go until 11:30 unless there's an objection. We'll stick to that. That's a few minutes more than 30 minutes. Any objections? No. All right. Thank you.
Former State Representative Dr. Alveda King, Georgia House District 28. It's an honor to join you today. On behalf of Human Dignity, we ask that you consider awarding funding to assist pregnant mothers to birth their children rather than kill them through anti-reproductive acts of abortion. As people of faith, we declare that human beings should have the ability to live with the dignity, autonomy, and well-being God desires from the womb to the tomb and beyond. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, "When we value the human personality, we will not kill anybody." Mother Teresa of Calcutta, in her address to the 1994 National Prayer Breakfast, said the greatest destroyer of peace today is abortion because it is a war against the child, a direct killing of the innocent child, murder to the mother herself sometimes, and if we accept that a mother can kill even her own child, how can we tell other people not to kill each other? Sharing the conviction of trailblazers for peace, we implore the Fulton County Commission to resist the temptation to fund abortion, which not only kills a child, but harms the mother and the whole family for life and weakens our society's commitment to welcome all the vulnerable, not just those of our own choosing. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our sins as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Thank you very much.
Angela Stanton King, former congressional candidate, also black owner of Auntie Angie's House. We are a black-owned organization in Fulton County, and we were created to combat the black maternal health crisis. As a black woman, I am offended that so many of my black brothers and sisters have aligned with white liberals to believe that they're doing us a favor by somehow aborting our children. These are the same people that say Black Lives Matter without understanding that black life begins in the womb. In Fulton County, Georgia, in the year of 2020 alone, in Fulton County, there were 6,070 abortions. Out of those 6,070 abortions, 4,550 of those abortions were on black women and black babies. That means that out of every 4 abortions in Fulton County, 3 of them are on black babies. This is black genocide. The answer to the black maternal health crisis cannot be abortion. If the black mother is dying 3 times likely, giving birth to the baby on the table, and the black baby is being aborted, then that means that black life does not matter. If this is about a woman truly having a choice, why is there no funding and resources going to the women that choose life? I'm asking today that you all would consider to at least be fair. We have a Planned Parenthood on Moreland Avenue, 440 Moreland Avenue, that's already responsible for 74.9% of abortions that are happening in Fulton County to black women. If this is about black life, if this is about black babies, if this is about black women, please help the women that choose life. Fund Auntie Angie's House as a resource. Thank you.
All right, just a minute. You have the floor, ma'am.
Kathy Schneider, Fulton County resident, St. Bridget Catholic Church, walking with moms in need. I'd like to ask a question to all of you. Did anyone in this room have a say in how you were conceived? Me neither. There, by the grace of God, go all of us who were allowed to be born. The strong have a duty to protect the weak, the vulnerable, and the innocent. I am a registered nurse with a master's degree, and I'm a trained sidewalk advocate for life. I stand outside an abortion clinic multiple days a week, offering free help and hope to moms with a variety of assistance based on her situational needs. I will tell you there's plenty of money for free abortions out there. Most of the women tell me they have a full scholarship for their abortion. And when they find a heartbeat, they come out and show me proudly the number they have to go out of state for a free abortion. This includes a free ride to and from the state, free hotel accommodations, and a $200 gift card for food. There are many alternative sources of funding for free abortions from organizations dedicated to abortion. They do not need our tax-paying dollars too. I ask you to practice, please, fiscal responsibility, not to use our tax-paying dollars to take the lives of innocent human babies with our money. I believe that tax-paying dollars should be used to fund practices that help do morally responsible things in our society. Please do not let this money be used to take the life of someone in a family, but instead be used to help someone in a family.
15 seconds.
President Ronald Reagan said it best. I've noticed that everyone who is for abortion has already been born. Let us remember the unborn. We are all unborn once. It's our time to stand up for the unborn.
Stephanie Miller, Fulton County resident.
I go to Our Lady of the Assumption Catholic Church, and I also work on the sidewalk with Kathy, and I help women. So just to be clear, this committee wants to use $300,000 to kill innocent, defenseless babies who have no way to escape the harm about to be done to them. Every one of you was once in the same position, innocent and in your mother's womb. The babies we are talking about have no means of self-defense from our Fulton County government who want to use our tax dollars to end these babies' lives. Do you see how absurd this sounds? We are called to protect our vulnerable through the political process. Every person is sacred and unique, unrepeatable and infinitely loved by God. These babies are completely innocent. They have unique DNA, never to be replicated again, and their fingerprints will never be duplicated. These babies are little brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, grandchildren, best friends, and neighbors that we have not met yet. One of these babies may grow up to marry your son or daughter and bring into the world your first grandchild and later great-grandchildren. These babies may have the cures for cancer and Alzheimer's if we can let them live, to share their talents given to them for our world. God made them to thrive and live the fullness of life and discover their own dignity as a precious child of God. My faith teaches me that even the unborn should have the ability to live with dignity,
15
autonomy,
seconds.
the well-being God desires. Abortion hopefully will be looked upon no differently than slavery and Holocaust as an abomination of our society. I pray when we look back, we ask, how in the world did we let this happen? Will any of you stick up for the innocent and vulnerable here and now?
Thank you, ma'am. Next
Please
speaker.
do not contribute.
Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Shelley Falk. I am one of the deputy chiefs in the Solicitor General Gamage's office. I work on the state expedited accusation calendar that meets every morning. I just want to tell you a little bit about what we do. Every day, starting at 4 a.m., my team wakes up and we work on the jail cases, those individuals who've been incarcerated for less than 24 hours. Our team has been doing that since the pandemic under Solicitor General Gamage's leadership. Most of the people who go before court at first appearance receive signature bonds, which is just a no money bond. Those individuals that we deem appropriate to receive a nominal bond, where they do have to pay, are individuals who have repeatedly failed to appear, those who are a danger to our community, and those that we deem are appropriate where the judge deems it appropriate. Additionally, we have been asking for additional resources for these individuals, mental health, anger management, parenting classes to assist these people who come into the jail to do something more productive once they get out. Finally, one of the things that we are asking for, and we thank you so much for all of the Board of Commissioners' support, is that we're looking for alternative solutions. Solicitor General Gamage and I went to the jail just last week to see how we can meet these individuals even earlier to grant no cash bonds so that they can just get out immediately. Finally, we're looking for support in ankle monitors so that we can make sure that those people who are released, the indigent, do receive county-funded ankle monitors to continue to
15 seconds.
make sure that they are not kept in jail, but we also continue to support our community. Lastly, I just want to say that we are working with PAD and Mental Health Court to continue to help these individuals to receive the support they need, and we are asking for your continued support. Thank you.
Next 6 speakers, Michael Collins, Mary Colson, Gary Shantz, Saray Ivy, Shawnee Hung, and Jody Williams.
Come on down.
Hi everybody, my name is Michael Collins. I'm from Colour of Change.
I'm here to talk about opposition to the plan to transfer people out of state from Fulton County Jail. But I would be remiss if I didn't express my indignation at the scene here 2 weeks ago when the sheriff brought incarcerated individuals literally at gunpoint to testify on jail conditions. I appreciate people speaking out from the commission on that, but it was really disgraceful and shameful scene. And I feel a sense of deja vu as we have this discussion about transfers, because as you all know, the commission just over a year ago pushed for the opening of the ACDC facility to transfer individuals, and we still have this jail crisis, and that's because you have a sheriff who doesn't have the logistical capabilities to transfer people. We also know from what the public defenders have said and other legal experts have said that this is going to be challenged and that it is also unconstitutional. So it's really a complete waste of time when we could be really focusing on the real solutions that we in the justice advocacy community have said time and again, which are decarceration, reducing the jail population, therefore negating in a lot of ways the need for transfers and the need for construction of a $2 billion facility. Chairman Pitts, your proposal to transfer people out of state where they wouldn't be able to meet directly with their lawyers is going to cost $30 million. Why not take at least some of that money and bond people out who are otherwise being held in the hellish Rice Street facility simply because they cannot afford it?
15 seconds.
Why would we give a blank check to a sheriff who has shown time and time again that he is somebody not to be trusted? I urge you all to oppose the transfer idea.
Hello, my name is Mary Clausen, and I'm a family nurse practitioner. I graduated from nursing school in 1985, and the literature and the research that was done at that time was top-notch. Now, a lot of our research comes out confusing, and people don't really know what is health and what is not health. I just want you to know that abortion is not health. It does not empower women, it hurts women. There are multiple studies, and I'll quote a few facts for you today, that talk about how damaging abortion can be long-term. There are short-term studies that show that maybe it helps somebody's mental health short-term because they have a relief of a stressor that they had. But long-term studies are the ones that show us what is health and what is not health. I propose this committee tables the $300,000 donation to the abortion clinics and has a committee to look into this. Have 2 pro-life and 2 pro-choice people on the committee, and everybody bring all the data together and see what is the truth, what is really healthy for our moms, our dads, our babies, our society. Abortion increases the risk of substance abuse. It increases mental health problems. Pregnant women who abort have 6 times the rate of suicide. If you're a teen, teens who abort have 10 times the rate of suicide. 65% of women who have abortions are on antidepressant medicines for the rest of their life. If a woman has an abortion, 65% of those women experience something called post-traumatic stress disorder or post-abortion syndrome. It's real. People don't talk about it because our political people want abortion to stay legal, and so the dangers of abortion aren't really talked about.
15 seconds.
So I ask you to please take a pause, take a committee, and find out the truth. Thank you for your time.
Good morning, Chairman Pitts and Fulton County Board of Commissioners. My name is Gary Shantz, and I'm a resident of Fulton County. I'm also an ordained deacon for the Catholic Church and a member of St. Jude the Apostle Catholic Church in Sandy Springs. I salute the chaplain this morning that opened us up in prayer. So this is a safe assembly where people are free and comfortable to mention the name God. And this is such a dividing topic in this country by good people that just have different opinions on when life begins. Is it a form of reproductive, birth control, health care for women. And I think a lot must be done on this subject. You know, Jesus Christ had his ministry for a period of 3 years when he walked the face of the earth. And if Jesus was to physically return to this world today, you'd find Jesus spending a lot of his time on a lot of the issues that you folks address. You find him spending time on the margins of society with people that are homeless, imprisoned, lack of food. Their life is hopeless. And the subject of aborting a unborn, or I call preborn child, because on Super Bowl Sunday, nobody has an ungame. Everybody has a pregame. And every
15
baby
seconds.
that's in the womb of a mother is supposed to be born. So I implore you to use those funds that could be allocated to support women that choose life and need financial assistance to bring that child into society.
Okay, I'm going to have to read this. I can't see it. My name is Saria Ivy. I just care is the reason I'm here. So let's keep things simple and clean. Your answer to this resolution should be no. You don't have it, and responsible people such as yourselves wouldn't allocate funds to take money and talent out of Atlanta. Let's look at it with a benefit to cost lens and weigh it against your duties. One in particular that I want to focus on is enacting a plans for county growth and development. Abortion ends child growth inside of a woman's womb. A child is an offspring. So support kills growth and development by destroying posterity and potential. The antithesis of your outlined duties. Dealing with the 2022 Georgia abortion numbers, focusing on Fulton County. Rape, incest, and I will refer to MFS as maternal fetal, even though I don't agree with that, because any medical care that you get to preserve the life of the mother that results in the death of the child is not abortion. But we will go with rape, incest, MFS, combined or less than 10% of the reasons that people have abortions. So that means roughly $270,000 will go toward bad choices and regret. There is a cheaper and better way. Let's look at alternatives. Most expensive is to have the kid. It's about $10,000 in Georgia, a little more for C-sections. Abortions are $475. Regular contraception is about $10 to $50. But there are two methods that will guarantee that there's no line-item budget that you need to add that is guaranteed to have no risk, no pregnancy, no doctor, no irritation, no allergy reaction, no physical harm, no psychological harm, no strange people and foreign objects in and out of your body, intense and great pleasure. I did the first methods for 30 years with 6 engagements.
15 seconds.
And 13 years, and they all worked. It's called abstinence, $0. Track your ovulation, $0. And there are apps on your phone that will make that easy. In the results of money you have lost by allowing those deaths,
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Next speaker.
I'm in support of this resolution. For the education of our teenagers, for helping them to understand their rights and their reproductive system. I don't know if this bill supports abortions. That's not my concern. My concern is taking care of our youth and looking at the kids who are born in today's society. You guys don't even have a resolution to help the ones that are homeless. People have homeless children. Figure out how to take care of that first. So what I really came to say is to talk about this is what happens when you keep ignoring the demands of the sheriff's needs to run the jail properly. I served under Sheriff Ted Jackson. He had these same issues. He had projects in place to combat some of the crimes before they happened. His youth programs helped to do that. And he had his clergy support the schools and people that were having trouble with their youth. and he utilized all of his resources outside of the jail. I don't blame Sheriff Labette when you pushed him in a corner and you have done all, and he has done all that he can, and no one is listening. He shouldn't have to take all of the blame.
15 seconds.
There's the judges who's not hearing the cases, and you guys should take responsibility also. You need to devise.
Next 6 speakers, Margie McLeod, Sue Ellen Wong, Audra Pajano, Estevan Hernandez, Jimmy Hill, and Monica Johnson.
Well, we have 15 more minutes, and once again, if what you're going to say has already been stated, just yield to someone else, please. Yeah, I told him to take those signs. Okay.
Good afternoon. I am speaking about Mississippi. Rob Hicks, I want you to take your jacket off. I want you to take your tie off. So when you go to Mississippi, I don't want them to know who you are, because I want you to test that jail out. Because we should not sin. And I don't want them to know who you are, okay? You're on a DUI. You can't bond out, because the judge is not having no trial. So what I'm saying to you, we say no to Mississippi. And why do you have to send them out? Because we have plans. Private jails is more money. How much Mississippi said they're going to charge? $105 towards $150? Are we looking at money? Are we looking at people? Because no one here would want to go to Mississippi, not a jail. Just like I told you last time, you put them in the frying pan. We have a plan. He told you the plan. And I'm looking at the detention center. Why we can't, something's in there already. So what we can't put the high risk in the, we have some females in there already. So won't we work the plans that he said that he had the plans? Do not send them out of the state, because you wouldn't want your child to be out of state, because you want to be able to go see your child, because everybody is not perfect. Family's not perfect. And we do have kids that go, do stupid things, but some people don't have
15 seconds.
Okay, Rob Hicks, give me what I want. Just like you say, when you were running for election, what do you want? No to Mississippi. That's what I want. Of no out of town.
Good morning. My name is Sue Ellen Vonig, and I'm a Fulton County resident. In 2021, the CDC reported that 74% of women who had abortions felt pressured, and that 40% of those who had abortions listed financial concerns as the #1 reason they chose abortion. You see, no woman really wants to abort her baby. It is not in her DNA. There's a famous quote by Frederica Matthews Green. That quote says, "No woman wants an abortion as she wants an ice cream cone or a Porsche. She wants an abortion as an animal caught in a trap wants to gnaw off its own leg." End quote. Women need help and resources, not abortion, for their unplanned pregnancies. We work with over 100 moms in the Walking with Moms in Need program through the Catholic Church to help pregnant and parenting moms in need. The money you want to allocate to ARC should be going to help the moms with resources to raise the children they have. These moms need daycare assistance through the CAPS program. You probably know that on September 6th, families in Georgia who received CAPS funding were told that as of October 1st, the family, quote, will be required to pay the family co-payment for all of your enrolled children
15
with
seconds.
TAPS scholarships starting on October 1st, end quote. That was a 3-week notice that this subsidy was gone. I can tell you the moms I work with don't have the money to all of a sudden pay these co-pays when they're barely making enough to keep a roof over their families' heads. Please, all life is...
May God give you peace. St. Francis of Assisi said, "Not to hurt our humble brethren is our first duty to them, but to stop there is not enough. We have a higher mission, to be of service to them wherever they require it." My name is Audra Pagano. I am a Fulton County resident. I've had the privilege of watching each of my friends become a mother. And beginning in high school, when my friend became pregnant at 18, she recalled the doctor's visit when the doctor asked if she was going to have an abortion. And aware of her pregnancy and how it changed her life, she firmly rejected abortion and opposed the doctor. Now, today that baby is a beautiful 16-year-old woman, and she is beloved by her family. Truly, in motherhood, it is the greatest gift, challenge, and achievement that leads a woman to the fullness of being and life itself. And as a community, we have the responsibility and the sacred duty to care and protect the human life of our sister and our brother in the womb, and to support the mother of that child with real resources. $300,000 is 6 months of rent for over 30 moms. It is 6 months of food for over 100 moms. It's 100,000 diapers. Human life is sacred, and every human being is endowed with the inalienable right to life. Therefore, as a community, we need to do better to support women with real resources. Vote no on giving this money to Axis
15
Reproductive.
seconds.
Thank you.
Miss, please, come on up. Now, I asked you before, no placards.
Oh, I thought he meant up there.
No, no place. All right, the clock is ticking, sir.
My name's Esteban Hernandez. I'm an activist with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I'm here today on behalf of many people all around Atlanta who are demanding that the commissioners do not allow Sheriff Patrick Labatt to follow through on his threat to send upwards of 1,000 people who are locked up inside of Fulton County Jail to Mississippi or to South Georgia. His threats are actually a crime, and I actually think that he needs a reminder of the U.S. Constitution. I want to actually read from the 6th Amendment. It is in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy trial and a public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed. It goes on to say that people should be able to be confronted by the witnesses against them and to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in their favor and to have the assistance of counsel for their defense. So if someone's sent hundreds of miles away, how are they going to prepare for their case? If they're sent hundreds of miles away from their family and support network, how are they going to defend themselves? If they're sent hundreds of miles away and they don't have access to a lawyer who can join them, how are they going to defend themselves? Is it constitutional for people to be locked up without even having charges brought against them in a torture chamber like Fulton County Jail where 10 people have already died this year? If anybody should be prosecuted, it's Patrick Sheriff Labatt.
15 seconds.
If anybody should be prosecuted, it's every single person in this country who's complicit with racist mass incarceration, which exists all across this country. It's not just Fulton County, it's the whole system of racist mass incarceration.
Hello, Is he
I'm
next?
Jimmy Hill.
I'm the father of Jimmy Atchison.
Did he sign up? What's your name, sir?
I'm Jimmy Hill.
You have the floor.
Well, first, I'm going to start out by saying God is good, no matter what I'm going through. I'm Jimmy Hill, the father of Jimmy Atchison. A lot of you know, it's gone on 5 years for my son, with unarmed surrender, posing no threat, and was still murdered. But I ain't come here today to talk about my son, Jimmy Atchison. Here we are. We are the birthplace of Dr. Martin Luther King, who had a dream. So many of you in Atlanta in leadership have tarnished his dream, have stepped on his dream, have disrespected his dream. So I'm here today because even though Georgia is a Confederate state that is about oppression, suppression, and keeping people in bondage, especially black people, but I just wanted to say, treat people the way that you want to be treated. The Bible said, God's word said, do not follow the crowd in doing wrong when it comes time to testify in a dispute. Do not be swayed by the crowd to twist justice. And that's what a lot of you are about. Atlanta is a place where no accountability, nobody wants to be held accountable. It's more about relationship over accountability. It's about the covering of each other back. It's about wrongdoing, the covering of wrongdoing. A lot of you in Atlanta, leadership, especially black people, that's what I can't understand. You allowed yourself to be manipulated, controlled, and intimidated by the presence and powers of white supremacy. A lot of you continue to allow yourself to be used as pawns and puppets to suppress and oppress your very own people.
15 seconds.
So how can you live with yourself? How can you sleep at night? This problem with the Fulton County Jail, you have to accept some of the blame also, because you continue to allow this to build up and build up and build up until now God don't expose this.
Thank you.
All right. Hello, my name is Monica Johnson. I'm also an activist with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I'm here to discuss how Georgia and this government here in Fulton County seem to be dead set on sending us back to the Stone Age, on providing us a space in which the jails punish people for poverty, punish people for not having the resources that we don't fund. So if we have a jail in which most people are there for crimes of poverty or things that we can expect when we have a society in which people don't have resources, don't have good schooling, don't have access to food, then we are relying upon some idea of this punishment without any sort of rehabilitation. It has been shown time and time again to not work. And Georgia has one of the highest rates of people under carceral control in the nation, when the United States is the highest rate of incarceration in the world. So we're sitting right here talking about the funds that people are so desperately needing for housing and healthcare and everything else to be spent on $1.7 billion for another site of destruction and murder. If Pat Labatt has presided over 10 people dying this year, and we want to give him more money, and we want to give him more leeway to send people all across the South, basically, to suffer further, we cannot say that we are on the side of justice. And we also can't say that while we're here in the South, that we have these rates, the highest rates of poverty, the highest rates of devastation, of no resources for people. And at the same time, we are the place where more and more women are suffering and having to bleed out because there's no health care when they have an ectopic pregnancy. So we need far more than $300,000 for reproductive care, and we need no money, all of that money taken away from this disgusting prison system, this disgusting mass incarceration system, and fund the needs that we all are begging and crying out for.
One more. One more.
Next 6 speakers.
All right. One more speaker.
One more speaker, Addison Clapp.
Who is
Mr.
it?
Chairman.
Addison.
Is that all the speakers?
Just a minute. Repeat the name.
Addison Clapp.
All right, go to the next one.
Mr. Chairman, can we?
Just a minute.
Giovanni Sereno.
We need to allow everybody to speak.
Just a minute. Miss, I'm being very patient. Captain Shealy, if any more outbursts, we're going to clear the Assembly Hall. Now, who's next speaker?
The lady's name was said incorrectly, Chairman.
All right, what's her name? Come on down. Now, the time has expired. Commissioner Barrett, you want to be heard?
Yes, I want to be heard. We need to let everyone who signed up to speak.
All right, is there a motion to extend the time till, what, it's 11:30?
I'll make
till
the motion
12:30?
to extend it.
To 12.
Second.
There's a motion to extend the time to 12:30. Well, does that include the 40 emails as well? Include the 40 emails as well?
Whoever signed up to speak should be
Let's
allowed to
do it.
speak.
All right, let's take those who are here and the emails. We'll begin the regular meeting around 12 or 12:30 today. So everybody here can speak as well as the emails. That's the motion on the floor. Let's vote. Just a minute. Just a minute.
Point of clarification.
Yes, sir.
Are we setting a hard stop at 12 o'clock?
Pardon me?
Are we setting a hard stop at 12?
No, what I said was, Commissioner asked for everyone here to be allowed to speak. I said, you have 40 people who have sent in emails. They too have the right to speak or have their emails rather read up to 2 minutes. I said, well, if you're going to do that, let's hear all of them if the motion passes.
I would respectfully just ask that we stop with the people that are here with public comment. We can hear the others at the end.
It was your motion.
The others are what? Their actual
Emails, 40.
emails?
40 emails.
Okay, so they'll be read?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine, but the people who've come here today should be allowed to speak.
All right. Motion on the floor is to allow those who've signed up who are here to speak. Let's vote, please. That's the motion on the floor. Just a minute, sir.
And the vote is
Just a
open?
minute.
And the motion passes, 5
Motion
yeas,
passes.
1 nay.
Continue, sir. You have the floor.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Giovanni Serrano. I am a community organizer with the Georgia Latino Alliance for Human Rights, GLAR. And today I'm here to demand that we do not approve the transferring of community members out of the Fulton County Jail. As an immigrant rights advocate, it is a shame that we have elected officials from Atlanta City Council to the sheriff position that does not care about people's lives. Community members of Fulton County Jail are human beings, not cattle that you can make profit from. This body forced the Atlanta City Council to approve the lease for Atlanta Detention Center instead of transforming it into a center of equity and public housing. This body approved the transferring the community members to Cobb County and spent thousands of our taxpayer dollars instead of solutions that address the root causes of crime and to fight poverty. Transferring community members to faraway facilities will increase their suffering. There is data that the sheriff can take steps to depopulate the jail. Many community members are detained for being poor, for being homeless. To say that the sheriff really cares about the human conditions is laughable. Community members at Fulton Detention Center have suffered in inhumane conditions for merely their immigration status. They face solitary confinement, limited access to edible food, and healthcare. Tallahatchie County Correctional Facility is also run by CoreCivic. LaSalle Correction and CoreCivic, they don't give 2 cents about people's lives. They only care about making a profit, just like Shirley Lavad cries for the new jail where more community members will die. I wonder what type of contract or how much money our county sheriff is getting for transferring our community members to these for-profit facilities. I guess this body also wants a paycheck out of this deal too. A paycheck that kills our community members who are detained in inhumane conditions. And to end this, there is no pride in Heritage Month, in Hispanic Heritage Month. Our communities are continuing to be underserved. No hay orgullo en Cap City. There is no Heritage Month or have this government murder our community member Tortuguita. So don't leave Tortuguita.
Good morning, commissioners. Good morning. My name is Sheree Norman. I actually ran down here. I'm always around different counties doing work. I'm a behavioral health clinician. So I work in drug and alcohol. I am actually in training. So I came down, and I know it's hard. I know it's problems everywhere, but I wanted to kind of see if I could help you figure it out. In Fulton County, sometimes it's just getting to the place of getting too embarrassing to even be a resident that pay taxes here. But coming in the name of the late Emma Darnell, she worked tirelessly, and you know, she would always say to you, when you know better, you would do better. She would always speak truth to power. You remember her? She died in 2019. Remember her? She would say, help and serve the citizens of Fulton County. That's what we elect you to do. That's what I'm going to do in January. I think it's next year, but that's what my intention do. Elect individuals, council members, or not council members, but commissioners that's gonna serve and, you know, work for my interests. I'm gonna say to you, I'm on the front line of the fentanyl crisis, opiates. I am she that get up early in the morning, drive from Fulton County. I go from different states. I see the overdoses. I see when I do drug tests that there needs to be continued help. It needs to be help that would come from the jail. They shouldn't be sent to another state. Hey, guess what? The state needs to support y'all with mobile vans. You didn't know about that? The jails can receive mobile vans. The DEA has already put that money there and approved it from the federal government. So maybe this could be something that you could consider. You could consider halfway houses. You could consider mobile vans. We need it. You have individuals that come in, they come into the jail, and they may experience withdrawals. If they withdraw, they may have suicidal ideation. If that happens, that can be within the time that they are incarcerated. After a year, they may be sent to prison. So they have already went through the withdrawals, and they have tolerance sustained, where they did cocaine, opiates, where it been fentanyl, whatever it is. It could be methadone. It could be individuals that have mental health issues, schizophrenia, bipolar, anything. These are your least of these that your girl died, slave for, from a lawyer to a commissioner. Her name was Emma Darnell. I went to her house, sat down. She said, carry that spear in your hand. Let them know, and I'll never forget it, to serve Fulton County, the least of these, and whoever else want to be rich and live in a mansion. Thank you.
Next 6 speakers, Christine Butler, Bazell Jupiter, Janie Tucker, Sarah Pedro, Paul Hershey, Julie Allen.
Good morning. My name is Kristen Butler. I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I also work full-time as a nurse, as a postpartum nurse, actually, in a nearby hospital. Commissioners, it is difficult for me to comprehend how you could seriously consider Labatt's proposal to move pre-trial detainees from Rice Street to Folkestone and Tutwiler. Moving these detainees is essentially disappearing poor people. This is happening right here in the so-called cradle of the civil rights movement. These detainees have not been indicted, they can't afford their bond, and yet this body is considering condemning them to private prisons hundreds of miles away? Explain to me how public defenders are going to be able to travel back and forth to Folkestone or Mississippi, both 5+ hour drives. It is a violation of democratic rights. And I also have some words for the sheriff, too. Labatt, you are responsible for the administration and operation of the Fulton County Jail. You oversee a $143 million budget. You preach about service. Yet with all that taxpayer money and all your promises to the public, your genius plan is to pawn off your responsibility to private prisons? Where is that money going, Sheriff? And I want to be clear. It is the courts and the racist, carceral, capitalist state itself that has created this problem. There are different rules for working-class people, for poor people, for black people in Georgia. The former president has no issue being booked and paying bail at Rice Street in 20 minutes, while poor black people are condemned to rot and possibly die
without ever having been indicted. The right to a speedy trial was suspended for 3 years. I want to know, what are these judges doing all day? Why won't they take on these cases? The answer is not building another prison to overfill with the depths of human misery and suffering. The answer is not stripping off innocent until proven guilty detainees. End cash bail, shut down the Fulton County Jail. Thank you.
Hello, y'all. My name is Basilio Jupiter with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm here joining the demand that the Fulton County Commissioners not transfer our brothers and sisters in Fulton County Jail to facilities in Mississippi and Folkston, Georgia. We're demanding that y'all take up these long overdue demands. Demand 1, don't move these inmates, free them. Per the ACLU, 46% of detainees face no charges. 12% are held because bail is unaffordable. Sheriff Labatt himself said that 54% of these inmates have mental health issues. Many are booked for poverty-related offenses like trespassing, shoplifting, and drug possession. Addressing the root issues of poverty is crucial. We don't need more incarceration. Demand 2, y'all should never give Sheriff Labatt another $2 billion to build a new jail. Fulton County Jail must be shut down immediately and not replaced with another jail. Not another life shall be lost due to the cruelty and negligence of Sheriff Labatt and the whole incarceration system in this state and this country. Sheriff Labatt, Fulton County Commissioners, and Last City Council continue to shift blame on each other instead of fixing the issue. Demand 3, abolish cash bail. The vast majority of people locked up in Fulton County Jail shouldn't be there. They're locked up just because they can't afford bail, a racist, anti-poor, anti-black policy. Rather than millions to send inmates out of the state, we need money for jobs, education, policing diversion programs, violence interruption programs. The solution is providing more food. The solution is providing more health care. Solution is providing free education. I got one last message specifically for Patrick Labatt. You are going to be locked up when we have the power. When the people have the power, you're going to be locked up, and everyone responsible for genocide against black people in this country going to be locked up. Thank you.
Hi, Commissioners. My name is Jamie T. from Fulton County. As a young woman, I was told that an easy way to deal with irresponsible sex was just to abort the baby. It's just a word, right? No, it has real implications. As an adult, I had the glory of giving birth to my children. I've come to realize the masterpiece of life, literally God's creation. In fact, I did not know what abortion even meant back then. Do you know how they abort an unborn baby? They dismember the child by sucking them out, limb by limb. It is torture. Instead, today, I ask you to not only protect life, but do not give $300,000 to, that's my hard-earned money, do not give it to ARC Southeast, whose #1 mission in life is to destroy life. When you think of ARC Southeast, I want you to think of murder of the unborn. I stand before you today with my Black and minority brothers and sisters and the unborn. And I give you my permission to use my tax dollars to help organizations like Auntie Angie's Place, who teach these mamas how to take care of their babies. They give them a place to live. They teach them job skills so they can be self-reliant. Commissioners can and should do better, and I pray.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Sarah Pedro. I'm a Fulton County resident. Speaking of Black genocide, here are some statistics that came directly from the Georgia Public Health Information Portal, which captures the Georgia Department of Health abortion numbers. In 2020, total abortions reported in Georgia were 37,794, which seems disturbingly high in and of itself, especially considering that some medical care was withheld due to COVID that year. You could conceivably get an abortion, but not a cancer screening. But comparing who received the majority of abortions that year is even more troubling. 24,607, I'm talking about the state of Georgia, of the total were committed on Black women, which means in 2020 in Georgia, 65% of babies killed in the womb were Black. The numbers for 2022 were very similar at a percentage of 64%. That means 2 out of 3 abortions in our state destroy Black lives. I would not have been okay with my taxes funding the gas chambers or ovens in Nazi Germany or even the train transportation to the death camps, just as I am not okay with any funding that would promote the current Holocaust of our youngest and most vulnerable Georgians. It is shameful to even be discussing the killing of the preborn as health care. Health care for who? Certainly not the baby. And neither should you be okay with this utter and atrocious misallocation of funds. You should be aware that the Black population is not growing. From the National Census data for the years 1990 to 2020, a 30-year period, the Black population rose from 12.1% to only 12.4%. In contrast, the Hispanic population for the same time period rose from 9% to 18.7%, doubling in size. I wonder if abortion has anything to do with the stagnant growth in the Black community. And for the record, those who performed illegal abortions in 1972 are the same people who performed illegal abortions post-1973.
Good morning. The first thing that I'd like to say today is it is appalling to see anyone with a person of color support Planned Parenthood. Margaret Singer designed Planned Parenthood for the extension of the Black race. That's exactly what you're trying to do right now. This is not about abortion and the morality. This is about birth control. And the bottom line is this: you've got these $300,000 that you want to give away. Give it to the people that are asking for it today, the people that are supporting the mothers of color that need help. Give them that. And the second thing is, I'd like to see a opinion from the county attorney that this bill and this assumption is a violation of the anti-defecation law. In other words, the use of public funds. This is outside that realm and should be looked at, and I'd like to see that opinion. The sheriff, you got 341 people living on the floor. You got 358 people that the beds are already vacant in Fulton County. Why not move the people into those beds? Why hasn't that been done? You've got a DA that is not following her oath. You've got 209 people that haven't been indicted, 509 of them over 500 days, or the 90 days. And lastly, I still haven't heard anything about my request to you, Chairman Pitts, on the Board of Election issue that we've been talking about. I haven't received no word from anybody on your staff this week. So we're back to square one. What do I need to do to get that information? I've asked for it. I've tried to be nice, but what do I need to do? I'd like an answer to that. Now, right now.
Anything else? Next speaker. Call the next speaker.
Next 6 speakers, Dr. Elizabeth Mosley, Desiree Thomas, Alma Lott, Allison Kaufman, Jane Diamond, and Maria Guardia.
I was called with the prior group, so that's why I'm stepping forward, even though my name was not read. I am Julie Allen. Yeah. Good morning. Commissioner Barrett, you are my representative, and I thank you for serving. But I'm here to ask you why you voted to raise the millage rate and are now asking me to fund other people's abortions with your resolution for donation to access reproductive care, providing financial assistance and logistical support for abortion through the appropriation of $300,000 to Access Reproductive Care Southeast. You propose taxing me to kill society's smallest, most vulnerable members, like ancient pagan societies. You abuse Fulton County taxpayers with your personal, politically progressive agenda. My great-grandmother was raped by her brother-in-law when she was 16. Had abortion been legal, I wouldn't be here. Instead, my grandmother was lovingly raised in a family, including her mother, aunts, and grandparents, whom she adored. Likewise, I'm the youngest of 4 children of a mother with mental health issues. I was her legal guardian and caregiver from 1994 to 2015. Shortly before her death, she told me that my father didn't want her to have me. Had it been 1973 instead of 1963, I wouldn't have been there to care for her. There is no group weaker or more vulnerable than unborn babies, yet these are precisely the victims that feminists and secular progressives insist we must ignore to advance sexual freedom. Archaeologists know they found a Greek or Roman brothel when they unearthed a pit of newborn babies' bones. Abortion is really a form of legalized infanticide and not so different from the baby killing of the ancient world. Abortion and infanticide exist on a continuum that includes other ancient practices like slavery, the sexual exploitation of women and children, and general disregard for the weak and the poor. Most cultures look at the powerful and the wealthy and assume that they must be doing something right to have such might. The poor are poor because of some failing of their own. Into this predatory, power-centric pagan world, I insist you consider the innate and equal value of all human beings and begin condemning practices like infanticide. As the values of our pagan past grow more influential and pervasive,
15 seconds.
Progressives should take note. A society built on babies' bones won't long respect the rights of anyone except the powerful. Thank you for your consideration.
Next speaker.
Hello, Fulton County Commissioners. My name is Dr. Elizabeth Mosley. I'm a resident, a small business owner, and a voter here in Fulton County. I'm also a professor of public health, and I specialize in sexual and reproductive health, including abortion and birth control. I have a PhD in public health, a master of public health, and 15 years of research experience. I'm also a doula, someone who supports people during pregnancy. And I implore you as leaders of Fulton County to please support abortion access by funding $300,000 through Access Reproductive Care Southeast. Our university research center has found that when our state leaders banned abortion at 6 weeks gestation, about 88% of abortions were happening after that time. And that's worse for people who are Black, who are teenagers, or who are less educated. We're talking upwards of 91% of people who need abortions are no longer able to access them here in Atlanta, especially young people and immigrants. Our research has found that those groups, vulnerable groups, people of color, lower income, and younger people, have a hard time accessing needed abortion care because of lack of transportation, lack of childcare, and because they learn about their pregnancies later. In fact, I've heard that there's movement for funding support for homeless youth in our county, and we fully support that. In fact, research tells us that young people and people who are unhoused are more likely to experience sexual violence and unintended pregnancy, but they face greater barriers to things like birth control and abortion care. And another study that I'm leading right now has shown that 90% of Georgians, the 90% of abortions who's no longer meeting that 6-week gestational age limit could increase our maternal mortality in our state because we're forcing people to give birth,
15 seconds.
including when they need to have an abortion. That could increase the maternal deaths in our state by 35%, but among Black women, that could increase by 55%. Abortion is healthcare and it's needed. Please fund this. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Desiree Thomas, and I'm the local campaign manager at the Amplify Georgia Collaborative, a reproductive justice organization based here in Atlanta. I'm also a Fulton County resident, and I live in District 6. I am here today to ask you to please consider the resolution that would allocate funding to ARC Southeast for abortion funding. You've heard from a lot of people today. I could get up here and be very heated and upset and loud, but I really just want to clear up some of the misconceptions that you've heard today. Most people who have abortions do not regret it. There are more people who regret having knee replacements, having hip replacements than they do having abortions. If you don't believe me, look it up, girl. Second of all, I would like to say that this is a health equity issue. People who have the resources to have abortions will always have them. They will go out of state. They will order the pills online. They can do all of those things. However, the people who don't have those resources, the people who are poor, the people who are immigrants, the people who are queer, the people who are low income, those people don't have access to those same resources, and those are the people that will be forced to carry pregnancies that they do not want. I don't want people who don't want to be pregnant to have to be pregnant. A lot of people will tell you that if somebody doesn't want to have a child, they can just not have sex, they can just not get raped, whatever. But I'm here to say that nobody who doesn't want to be pregnant should not have to be pregnant. Pregnancy is a health condition. It kills people. People die trying to have kids. It's so important for people to have access to reproductive health care, especially in a place where the state government is using taxpayer dollars to
15
fund
seconds.
centers that deceive people, that use deceptive practices to get folks in the door. ARC Southeast is a phenomenal community organization that I really urge you to look more into. And if you have questions about abortion funding, please let me know. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon. My name is Alma Lott. I'm speaking on behalf of the Fulton County Jail and how y'all trying to transfer inmates to Mississippi, the most racist town I ever seen. What they gonna do, put them in the cotton field or the pea field for $3? I'm also here to speak on how you all can fund so much money with so much homelessness going on in these communities. So we're asking that you all give money to the shaft or find another place for these inmates. We need somewhere for our inmates to go. These low-income families is not gonna be able to travel out of town to Mississippi to see their family. So who have the big heart to say no to this? Stop trying to use our race, as an excuse. We have children in there now that's non-violent. But another thing, Fulton County need to try to get their laws together. Y'all can change malice murder and put it on self-defense. That's crazy. It's crazy. What kind of laws y'all have? Think about people. Think about families. Think about grandmamas that raise their children not gonna be able to go to Mississippi or wherever y'all trying to send these inmates. It's a shame that's the only option that y'all have. Y'all be shaming y'allself. Think about the voters. And y'all will not be in these damn seats.
Okay, good morning. My name is Allison Kaufman. I am the Executive Director of the Amplify Georgia Collaborative and the Chair of the Atlanta RJ Commission. And I'm here today to speak in support of the resolution to fund Access Reproductive Care Southeast. Reproductive justice is a human right to bodily autonomy. It's the right to have children, to not have children, and to parent those children in safe and sustainable communities. This framework was developed by Black women in the 90s and is so powerful because it breaks down the theoretical silos between abortion access, birth justice, and parenting. I gave birth in Fulton County 2 years ago. Before that birth, I experienced 2 miscarriages and needed 3 surgeries before I could carry a pregnancy to term. And then I had a complicated birth. I experienced severe postpartum hemorrhage and needed rapid medical care to save my life. This was incredibly hard for myself and for my family. And I'm one of the privileged who got high-quality care and am able to be here today speaking with you all. I am very troubled by the way that Georgia and the US has changed in these past 2 years. My story is not unique. Giving birth is no small thing, and no one should be forced to give birth against their will. Should I get pregnant again, and God forbid I need life-saving abortion care, my ability to access that care must not be dependent on my ability to pay for it. This is why we need this resolution today, to allocate $300,000 to Georgia's only abortion fund. I've been working with abortion funds for the past 8 years and have seen how they are an access lifeline for community members. They not only help cover care, but they help people with travel, lodging, childcare. These are people making the best decisions for the children they already have and for their families. I'm also here to say that I will stand up in support of resolutions to support families and children, like homeless youth, like postpartum Medicaid expansion, and I invite others to do the same with me. Thank you.
Good afternoon now, not good morning. I'm Jane Diamond. I'm a resident of Fulton County, and I have a Master's of Public Health. I, too, am here to encourage the commission to allocate $300,000 to support ARC Southeast. Please follow the lead of the city of Atlanta in this regard. Georgia's new abortion law and similar laws in nearby states not only severely restricts access according to the duration of pregnancy, now only 6 weeks, but by extension, it seriously limits access according to the individual's economic status, which is an even greater inequity in health care. Many women do not even know that they are pregnant before 6 weeks. In order to access abortion in a state that still allows abortion after 6 weeks requires travel, requires childcare, as was stated previously, so I'm going to take your advice and at least keep my testimony a little bit shorter because I'm repeating some of what was stated previously. Women who can afford it can make this travel. They can have their child care, take care of it themselves, and pay for their travel themselves. Women who have less income cannot do so. ARC Southeast will help with this and reduce the health inequity. Abortion is health care. It is a very personal decision between a woman and family and her physician and her faith. It is not a government decision. We need to help the government, help women continue to have access. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Maria Gotti of Fulton County, and I'd like to begin with Commissioner Pitt's discussion item, whether the designation of personnel staff for elected officials requires approval from the Board of Commissioners. Staff members need to be vetted, and their qualifications must fit the job description. It should include a criminal background check. For professionals, attorneys, CPAs, they need to be recredentialed at least every 2 years to commensurate with the Georgia Secretary of State's Board of Examiners so that we could see that they are maintaining continuing education and their licenses do not have judgments. There needs to be a morality clause when you hire people. That would alleviate a lot of your problems on many levels.
I would also like to see clarification of censorship. I don't understand why Mrs. Hall is still here. I don't understand why she is still voting. I don't understand why she's still on committees. It doesn't make sense to me why Marvin Arrington made a big fuss about the censorship issue when there doesn't seem to be any repercussions for her lack of morality. We've already raised the millage rate to pay for the unqualified employee who only provided hanky-panky when Mrs. Hall wanted it in her closed-door office. Do not fund abortion. Please pay for the prenatal care and housing that these women may need, food and housing. They need support psychologically, but they do not need their babies killed. I think that if you had had a morality clause, Labatt would have never been hired in the first place.
Next 6 speakers, Jackie Tolford, Tajay Behara, Gabriela Hernandez, Musa Springer, Devin Barrington Ward, and Dr. Jamaat.
What have you heard that you couldn't hear from the first 5 or 10?
All right. Ooh. Okay, I'll just lean down. Good morning. My name is Musa Springer with Access Reproductive Care Southeast. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I think it's interesting that we open up this session with a prayer, but as a Muslim, I feel my heart beat just to say Assalamu alaikum. Feels a little bit interesting to say the least. I'm here today to urge you to pass this critical resolution allocating funds to support reproductive access in Fulton County. This resolution would provide essential resources to help people navigate abortion bans that are at this moment absolutely devastating Black, brown, and other colonized communities across the South. The money would assist with travel costs, childcare, lost wages, procedures, and much more, helping to ensure that no one is denied control over their bodies, lives, and futures due to a lack of funds. As we've seen, one's class position should never determine who can access abortion care or any health care for that matter. I would also be remiss, however, if I didn't mention the deeply connected nature of this issue with other issues mentioned today. Fulton County has provided willing, dedication, major resources, and support to projects like Cop City, recently indicating over 61 local activists on RICO charges for exercising their right to protest, along with greenlighting a $2 billion jail project, all against the will of the community. At the same time, reproductive care remains unfunded. And we know that those mothers who will be made homeless, those individuals who will be forced to drop out of school, those individuals who may lose their jobs because they cannot access abortion care will be majority Black people who will also fill the halls of this new prison you intend to build. I would also be remiss not to mention that there's a handful of tokens sitting with the white women wearing all white, and it paints a picture about who this issue is really about. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Joey Martinek. I'm a Fulton County resident. I also represent the Archdiocese of Atlanta. On behalf of Archbishop Hartmeyer, I'm here today and speak in opposition to abortion funding. I do want to say, like, in charity to those who are supporting this bill, I really believe it's coming from a good place and a heart. Like, I think sometimes pro-lifers can villainize people who are pro-choice as if, like, they're the enemy. And I don't think those who are supporting this bill are the enemy. I think they're trying to do this because they really genuinely want to help women. But I think there's a better way to help women. I think this approach that supports abortion is again, good intention, but misguided. And I'd love to see this money go into solutions that actually help moms in need, while not doing violence to the preborn. I think we could find nonviolent solutions that honor the preborn child as a human person. And so I would love to see that going and support those who have spoken about the many different ways that we can help women. I do want to say, too, since we're speaking about abortion, just very clearly for anybody who has experienced abortion, maybe in this very room, I just want you to know, like, the mercy of God is available to you. And I just want to, that no one is beyond the mercy of God, and extend that. And we'd love to work together with you toward real solutions that love, let's love them both, moms and the babies. Thank you. God bless.
Hello, my name is Tasia. I'm a Fulton County resident, and I also work for Sister Love, which is a community-based reproductive justice organization on the west end of Atlanta. I'd like to take my time to share my story with you all. When I was 19, I had a positive pregnancy test. A few weeks before that, I was sexually assaulted. I've never been more scared in my life. Days passed, my situation became more urgent. I was a full-time student, and I couldn't afford the cost of an abortion with no health care, or the transportation to get to the nearest clinic, which was outside of state lines. I was only able to afford my abortion because of community care and mutual aid. Because of my abortion, I was able to finish my education and go on to get a master's degree in public health. I was able to heal and grow from my sexual assault. And now I'm able to create my own family in my own way on my own time. This abortion fund would allow young women like me to be able to safely make decisions about their own bodies and their own futures. ARC Southeast is the only abortion fund in Georgia. With new abortion bans post Roe v. Wade, young women like me might have to travel even farther for abortion care. $300,000 will go towards the cost of abortion procedures and logistical support, like travel, lodging, and childcare, so that people can get to their appointments. Supporting this abortion fund means supporting community care, public health, reproductive justice, and taking away the financial burden from women during an incredibly stressful time in their lives. Fulton County leads in so many things. Let's support them in continuing to be a leader in public health and abortion care. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on this funding resolution that would donate $300,000 to ARC Southeast. I am Grabiela Hernandez. I am a legal fellow with Sister Love. Sister Love has been paving a way towards reproductive justice for 35 years right here in Fulton County. I am also a Fulton County resident. Sister Love is a grassroots advocacy, education, HIV prevention, health services advocating organization. I believe, and in this context, Sister Love requests that you, the Board of Commissioners, approve today's funding resolution. I believe that abortion care is health care. Abortion care provides all women and gender-expansive people the opportunity to make the most informed decisions about their lives and their safety. It should not take a risk of death, rape, or incest for me to decide what happens to my body. I am a first-generation Latina. I am the first person to complete a postgraduate degree in my family. I graduated from Emory Law this past May, and I am on track to become one of the 5.8% of Hispanics who are attorneys in the United States, and I am on track to become one of the 2% of Latinas who are attorneys in the US. My career matters to me, my career matters to my family, my career matters to my little brothers, and it matters because it allows me to make these decisions that relate to my career. I think that it is absurd that opposing side wants to talk about God as if the Constitution didn't separate church and state for the very fact of allowing me to speak here today. I think it's also absurd that there are 89 CPCs in the state of Georgia, $10.6 million of taxpayer money within the US has been given to these CPCs, and yet all we're asking for today is $300,000. Thank you.
Good afternoon, commissioners.
I'm here today to speak about the situation, the crisis at the Fulton County Jail, the ongoing crisis, a crisis of our undoing. But to my friends who are just joining us, I haven't really seen you all at our Fulton County Commission meetings before, the pro-lifers who are here, the white evangelical Christians that are here. Where was this outrage for black life when black life is being snuffed out in the streets? Where is the outrage for black life inside of the Fulton County Jail? This ongoing crisis. But I'm glad that you all decided to show up today with outrage. Thank you. Now, to the business at hand. What I have here is a resolution that I hope that you all will ask for immediate consideration. And the immediate consideration is required because the crisis at Fulton County is not going to be solved by a new jail. It's not going to be solved by sending inmates to Mississippi and South Georgia. It's going to be solved first by making sure that we are diverting people from getting into the jail in the first place. Atlanta, Fulton, pre-arrest diversion. It is an initiative that is a county and city-funded initiative. We need to be doubling down on diversion because the problem is that we are taking people. We're taking people like Samuel Lawrence. We're taking people like Monte. A man died inside of Rice Street because he had a heart condition and he stole aspirin. This is madness. And the fact that people are coming down here claiming that they are pro-life, what about their life? What about the life of Jimmy Atkinson? What about the life of Samuel Lawrence? What about the life of Monte Stinson? Those lives matter too. So if you're going to be pro-life all the way. Otherwise, don't show up, stay at home. This is a progressive county. We're not here going backward. We're going forward. And to go forward, I need you all to consider this immediate resolution today because we are in crisis. Pre-arrest diversion today.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Jamat, and I'm an internal medicine physician, and I have a Master of Public Health specializing in reproductive health. I advocate for reproductive justice, and I'm here today to encourage the Board of Commissioners to allocate $300,000 to Access Reproductive Care Southeast. ARC Southeast is Georgia's only abortion fund. We must mitigate the exacerbation of the public health crisis caused by the Supreme Court overturning Roe v. Wade and the subsequent implementation of Georgia's early abortion ban. First, I fully support Fulton County's public health mandate. Healthcare is a human right, and abortion care is an essential component of reproductive health care. When people have access to a full range of healthcare services, including birth control, abortion care, and maternity care, they are healthier and families thrive. Next, I am excited and proud that the Atlanta City Council has been a leader in the South and in the United States by allotting $300,000 of their budget to support people seeking access to abortion care through ARC Southeast. Elected officials should stay focused on the health, safety, and economic security of our communities, particularly of people of color working to make ends meet. Elected officials should do this by dedicating local resources for safe and accessible abortion care. Ensuring that we can each access reproductive health care is an important part of ensuring equal economic opportunities. I'd like to take a moment here to also emphasize that funding for homeless youth falls under the umbrella of reproductive justice because children deserve to grow up in safe and sustainable environments. So I fully support funding for homeless youth as well. I look forward to Fulton County's Board of Commissioners doing their part. For these reasons and more, I once again encourage you all to allocate $300,000 to ARC Southeast funding for abortion care. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Davis, and I am the president of the Restoration Project. At the very start of this hearing today, we had the young lady stand up and talk about safe abortion in Georgia. And I came today to tell you that abortion is not safe in Georgia. We have 14 abortion clinics. 6 of those 14 clinics are in Fulton County. Only 3 of them are licensed. None of them have been inspected. No one can tell you what the inside of these abortion centers look like. They don't know if they are clean and sanitary. I can tell you from firsthand testimony that they are hiring people who are not qualified to work in those centers. I had a young lady in Columbus, Georgia, tell me that she was the ultrasound technician. She had a 9th grade education. She told a pregnant mother who was having twins that one of her twins was 6 weeks and the other was 7. That's biologically impossible. That doctor from that clinic surrendered his license and the investigation stopped. He waited a couple of years and came back and is now performing illegal abortions in Columbus, Georgia, and should be arrested. We don't know how many other facilities are violating Georgia law and committing criminal abortions because no one is asking. Today, you heard that over 6,000 abortions were performed in Fulton County. 53% of that 6,000 were potential homeowners. That's 3,217 people. The average property tax, real quick, is $5,000. If you fund giving $300,000 to ARC, you are denying yourselves over $16 million in revenue. I urge you to vote no.
Next 6 speakers, Madeline Jorsendale, Andy Argev, Catherine Davis, Joey Martinek, Kenyana Jones, and Reverend Ellis Allen.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I am here today to support the resolution to fund ARC Southeast. And to add to the talking points, I would like to point out some policy changes that would also do well to further the cause of reproductive justice in Fulton County. I would like to support funding for homeless youth. I want to support PAD and other diversionary programs to keep people away from the carceral system. I also want home and community-based services for disabled Fulton County residents to become a bigger priority for the Board of Commissioners. Institutionalization, which is the alternative oftentimes to these services, is an extension of the carceral system, and the carceral system frequently kills disabled people. I want LGBTQ+ youth and adults in Fulton County to be protected from the state of Georgia's attacks upon that population. I want birth control protected. I want maternal care funded. And I want crisis pregnancies to no longer be supported in any capacity by the county. All a crisis pregnancy can give you is a sermon, a pamphlet, and as the state of Tennessee found out a few months ago, an HPV epidemic. Thank you for your time, and thank you for listening.
My name is Reverend Kiana Jones. I'm an associate minister at Park Avenue Baptist Church, which is located here in Fulton County. And I find it so amazing, as Devin said before me, that all of these Christians are here. The Catholic Church done came out strong. I guess they want more babies for the priests to molest, I don't know, but then they're not gonna worry about them when they get beat down in the street by the cops. They're not gonna worry about them when they end up in Fulton County and get eaten alive by bed bugs. This is atrocious. Y'all are on the brink right now, Fulton County Board of Commission, of looking like the Atlanta City Council. Don't let Pat Labat make ass clowns out of you the way Andre Dickens is doing the Atlanta City Council. We absolutely need this funding for ARC Southeast because I was a young person who was pregnant, and I'm a proud mother of 3 biological children and support parent to 2 stepchildren. And I was in a situation where there was a choice between my life and the life of an unborn child. And that decision had to be made and was made with my husband and my medical professional. was made by the people who are qualified to make it. And it was an abortion procedure that had to be done. And it did save my life and made it so that I could have more children. If we really are pro-life, then we need cradle-to-grave legislation to protect children, give them an education, make sure that they don't live in poverty, that there is no more food insufficiency, and that people don't molest them and try to make them have babies when they get them pregnant. The last thing that I will say once again is stop letting Labat make you look stupid, and stop giving money to Fonnie Willis too, because she ain't doing a doggone thing either, but making sure that she throw out some RICO charges that ain't helping nobody in Fulton County. If you are against public funding for abortion, then you ought to be against public funding to have to settle these lawsuits, because Fulton County ain't got no insurance, but they getting sued left and right. Y'all know what to do. Do the right thing.
Good afternoon, Fulton County Commissioners. Okay, I hope that would not have happened, but I am a Black Baptist ordained minister, and usually when I say praise the Lord or good afternoon or how's everybody doing, people respond to me. I am a human. I would love to hear from you. So good afternoon, Commissioners. I heard a couple, praise God, and thank you for my siblings in the back. I'm here today to support the resolution from Commissioner Barrett. Very proud of Commissioner Terry in my county, DeKalb County, for introducing similar legislation. I'm extremely proud of Councilmember Bakhtiari for her leadership and bravery. I find it appalling and frankly nauseating that people would dare to continue to use the name of the God that I serve and weaponize that against God's own people. I said at the start that I am a human being, and we are not talking about an issue when we talk about reproductive injustice, which is what is currently happening in the state of Georgia and all across our 159 counties. We're not talking about an issue when we talk about access to safe and sustainable communities, including housing for all of our children and families. We're not talking about an issue when we talk about the fact that over half of the counties in the state of Georgia have no access to an OBGYN or pediatrician, and we continue to close hospitals and medical facilities. I am not pro-life. I am not pro-choice. I am pro-access. And what we are asking today is to fund ARC Southeast so that people have access to decide for themselves and to be able to secure the health care that they need. This is not an issue.
All right, anyone else?
Yes, I have Dominique Grant, Kenny, Kate Morgan, Tiffany Howard, Olivia Harrison, and Selena Herrera.
Good afternoon. Alexander Hawkins, Christopher Smith, Monte Stinson, Noni Batiste Kosoko, Christopher Gray, Shamar McLeroy, LaShawn Thompson, Chandre Delmore, Davion Blake, and Samuel Lawrence. These names you may not know or remember, but these are the names of people who have lost their lives to a commission that was put in place to represent them. Last year, before the list got this long, the community members and the members of Communities Over Cages Alliance begged you all to consider what it would look like releasing people who are caged up for nonsense. Last year, we gave you the opportunity to do right by your people. Instead, you all chose to fund Mr. 5 Million with more resources to purposely watch a jail fall apart with people in it. Mind you, the people stuck in it have no business being there, and the conditions are so horrid, it can't even stay staffed. Now we end up where we said we would. The real issue never addressed. Threats of harming the community with more separation while the sheriff continues on a crusade for more money for a newer jail to kill people in. The sheriff constantly standing behind these families knowing that he had a direct hand in their murders while pointing a finger at you all. When will we finally admit that people are dying? And it's not because people are bad. It's because they were brought here poor with no access to resources. Thank you. And I would also like to put on record, it is very clear to the community that ACDC is being kept open to house homeless people for the World Cup that'll be coming here, the same way that it was bought and built in 1990s for the Olympics. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kenny. I am a Healthline Associate at ARC Southeast. So every day I talk to people who need abortion. And I just want to say abortion saves lives. We have saved children who thought about suicide because they could not receive an abortion. Last month, I helped someone living in their car who had nowhere to go, and she needed an abortion. I've helped children kicked out of their homes because they were pregnant. I've helped so many people who've been through so many situations. People who want to be pregnant, people who don't want to be pregnant. I've helped 40-year-olds, I've helped 15-year-olds, I've helped so many people. And I believe if you pass this resolution, you will continue to help the people of Fulton County. I'm a little activated and nervous today because I had to hear so many people shame people for abortion. It is a right. It allows us to live our best lives today. It allows children to have a good life today. It allows people who are homeless to have a good life today. There is no other option. There's no prenatal care. Even if there was prenatal care, even if there was expanded Medicaid in Georgia, people deserve to not to be forced to give birth. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Kate Morgan, and I am speaking in support for the ARC Southeast funding. I recently watched a documentary on the atrocities of the Holocaust. There's a quote that stood out to me. It's easy to kill someone when you don't have to look them in the eye. Recently, a family friend's daughter-in-law had to receive an abortion that likely saved her life. Just like many of you in this room today, she was Republican, white, a police wife, and a Christian. Abortions happen for people all across society for many reasons. I know this because I commute from Metro Atlanta to the Greenville Women's Clinic, the only independent abortion clinic in the state of South Carolina. I have had to console pregnant people and had them literally cry in my arms because their partner decided after they got pregnant that they didn't want a baby, and that young person had no resources. One of my colleagues who has a child who is the same age as a child who was raped, who came ironically from Georgia to South Carolina before our 6-week ban was passed, and had to console her because of people like them who harass our patients because she was terrified. The Reproductive Justice Framework not only calls us to support abortion access, but also children and families. So we need to be supporting children who are unhoused as well. I will also say that Fulton must be better than the state of Georgia. It is wrong for anyone with the capacity to become pregnant to be a second-class citizen when we pay taxes, we serve our community, we work, and we do everything else the same, just the same. This is your chance to stand out from your peers and be on the right side of history, because I'll tell you something right now. That woman who I mentioned and some of the patients that I have helped were lucky, and they could get procedures. Some of your loved ones will not, and they will die or be permanently disabled. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. Thank you all. My name is Tiffany Howard, and I am the president of Stimulate America. We are a Georgia-based 501c3 nonprofit. We've served the community now since 2009. And our latest initiative to support our seniors age 60 and over is called the Magnolia Club. And what we do, it is a free club to provide our seniors with resources and edification events to combat senior depression and to also heal some of the critical issues that were exacerbated during the COVID-19 epidemic and also the inflationary crisis that we're in. And what we're doing, our biggest initiative is to give Christmas to a senior. And we're asking donors, we're asking county leaders and city leaders to help us with getting the word out there to the public so that they can participate by donating the Christmas gifts. And we're also looking for funding. We've presented this to City Council member Michael Julian Bond. He has pledged his support, and I've come today to ask you for your support. Now, once we get all of these gifts, we're going to give them out at the Christmas Carol Celebration 2023 at Simpson Street Church of Christ. And it's powered by Georgia Power. So we're doing this to show appreciation for our seniors, and we need your support. So please contact me at 678-803-9737, and you can go to our website, which is stimulateamerica.org, and get some more information. I'd love to talk to each of you. I've spoken to Commissioner Hall. I'd love to speak to the rest of you and get you some more information. Thank you so much.
Good morning or afternoon. My name is Olivia Harrison, and I'm here as a member of Atlanta's chapter of the Democratic Socialists of America. I'm speaking in support of the funding for ARC Southeast. I moved home to the South, specifically to District 6 of Fulton County from New York on June 24th, 2022, the day that Roe versus Wade was overturned. An occasion that should have been celebratory, moving to a new place that I knew to be vibrant, exciting, and full of possibilities, turned into one of the darkest days of my life. Atlanta no longer felt like a safe place for me, as someone who may at any point need to seek abortion care. Since last June, I have been dedicated to reproductive justice work in addition to my full-time job in an unrelated field, but most working people don't have capacity or privilege to continuously fight, and they should not have to. Abortions are healthcare, and healthcare is a human right. But Georgia's medically unnecessary and harmful abortion bans place massive financial burdens on working people who seek reproductive care. It's your duty as elected officials to lessen that burden. In addition to a lot of blatantly false information, I'm hearing a lot today about defending the lives of unborn babies. But what about the lives of women and people with the capacity to become pregnant? If you don't want an abortion, don't get one. A woman's bodily autonomy should not be up for debate. Not providing funds for abortion care is not going to stop abortions from happening. We know that. It will, however, make accessing safe abortions a whole lot harder, especially for the most vulnerable and marginalized members of our community. Please support the funding of ARC Southeast. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, there are no further speakers in Assembly Hall, but we have 6 speakers on Zoom.
Anyone else in the Assembly Hall? Now, the motion did not include, there were 40 on Zoom. What's going on? There were 40 on Zoom before, now it's down to 6. 40 emails. The motion did not include, it excluded, rather, be a better way to put it, the email crowd. It was 6 on Zoom. What's your pleasure?
Mr. Chair.
Want to hear from him? We heard from everybody
Mr. Chair.
else. Yes, sir.
My preference, we would start the meeting, hear those at the end. That was the way our resolution was structured originally around public comment.
All right, any objections? All right, that will conclude then the public comments section of the meeting. Those who are on Zoom and email, we will hear from you at the end of the meeting. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Bottom of page 9, county manager's renewal items under open and responsible government, 230675, real estate and asset management. Request approval to renew existing contracts in the total amount not to exceed $1,500,000 to provide standby roof maintenance, repair, replacement services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open.
Madam
And the
Clerk.
motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue.
On page, unanimously with Commissioner Arrington. On page 10, 230676, request approval to renew existing contracts in the amount not to exceed $1,200,000 to provide on-site preventive and predictive maintenance service for chillers.
All right, favorable motion by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 230677, request approval to renew an existing contract in the amount of $746,700 to provide landfill post-closure services.
All right, favorable motion by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. 230678, request approval to renew an existing contract in the amount of $270,000 to provide on-site testing and repair of approximately 183 backflow preventive devices.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. Under Health and Human Services, 230679, Public Works, request approval to renew an existing contract in the amount not to exceed $386,728 to provide fire hydrants and parts.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays. 230680, request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $175,000 to provide soft dig services.
All right, favorable motion by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes unanimously. And the first item moved up on today's agenda on page 14, 230690, discussion, $5.3 million emergency funding approved for the Sheriff's Department at the April 19th, 2023 BOC meeting sponsored by Vice Chair Ellis.
All right, Vice Chair Ellis.
I'm going to pass out just some documents I just would want to share with you all related to this discussion item, and I'll just kind of walk through it. So just as a refresher, we had approved $5.3 million in spending was approved on an emergency basis. It was brought forward as an add-on item. It was approved at the April 19, 2023 BOC meeting. There were different tranches to that funding. $1 million for additional emergency management or support. I believe that was a contract with EMSI. Is that correct? Thanks, Mr. Manager. There was $1.1 million for 91 additional jail surveillance cameras, $630,000 for 40 imaging of mail contents, detecting narcotics, and $485,000 for sanitizing and clinical grade sanitizing. And then $2.1 million for devices to provide real-time tracking of detainee heart rate and blood pressure for inmates in the medical and psychiatric units. This request came to us after very disturbing circumstances were revealed about a death of the inmate, which took place in September of 2022. And the purpose really of this discussion item is I want to focus and have some discussion and share some information with you related to the $2.1 million in funding for the devices to provide the real-time tracking of detainee heart rate. And at the front of your packet that I provided, just sort of give you sort of a timeline, and I'll reference some documents within here. In May 2020, the organization that this $2.1 million contract went to was an organization called Talatrix, and that was when this organization started up or was formed. So startup organization, May 2020. Unbeknownst to us, and I think this wasn't revealed to us when we had the request for the emergency funding, the Sheriff's Department and Talatrix actually entered into a master monitoring subscription agreement on September 22nd, 2021. And you'll see there's a clipped, the second set of documents is a clipped set of contractual documents that were entered into, with the first one starting in September 27, 2021. This was not a contract that was brought before us for approval. This was a contract that was entered into between the Sheriff's Department and Talatrix. A couple of things of note within it. It's a 3-year term, subject to annual increases. It appears to give Talatrix certain data rights and royalty-free license for predictive analytics and monitoring and modeling. There's a statement of work. The first statement of work in here appears to have a maximum value of $1.63 million. And the first statement of work appears to be one that is supposed to take place at the South Annex. And then there is a revised statement of work where there's stuff to take place at the Alpharetta Jail with the value of that statement of work at $865,000. I remind you that the Alpharetta Jail has a maximum population of 50, so I guess that means if that was full, day-to-day, that would be something like, what is the math on that? $17,300 per inmate for this particular service. What's unclear is how much has been paid to Talatrix by the Sheriff's Department in 2021 and 2022, or pre-April 19, 2023, per these arrangements. There are some documents that show that payments were made to Talatrix by the Sheriff's Department, and these were made from an inmate welfare fund in 2022 of $230,000. And there's a document within that will kind of show that. I think it says general fund ledger. So we know at least $230,000 was paid out of the inmate welfare fund to Talatrix for some form of services. I'm not sure exactly what. And then there's a press release on February 17, 2023, which Talatrix, a press release by Talatrix, which indicates that the Fulton County Sheriff's Office is the first in state to secure groundbreaking technology to improve jail safety. So I guess this is Talatrix's first customer announcement, and then it's with the Sheriff's Department. Again, this is on February 17, 2023. On April 19th, 2023, the sheriff appears before this body with an emergency ask of $5.3 million, including $2.1 million for delivery of 1,000 wearables that will be up and running at the Wright Street facility with a July timeframe. And have enclosed within here a PowerPoint presentation that was provided at the meeting on April 19th, which notes that particular timeline for the deliverables. So that $5.3 million was approved on the 19th, included the $2.1 million of funds. And then from the period of time from April to September 2022, there were no wearables which were implemented at Rice Street, and we see 5 deaths occur at Rice Street post the July date that the 1,000 wearables were supposedly to be up and running, and the purpose of this particular request that was made to us. In the additional contract and the contractual documents, if you follow them through, there are other statements of work that are added after the approval of $2.1 million, which the first statement of work shows 2.1 million broken up into 1.47 million to be paid upon a completion of the statement of work, basically, getting 505 wearables up and running, and then a payment of $625,000. Later, it appears that statement of work is revised and provides for a payment of $733,000 upon execution of the statement of work, simply a mobilization fee. So no work required, but a payment of $737,000 to be made. And then later, future payments to be made of $737,000 for the 1,000 total wearables, and then another $625,000 with different components of that payment. According to information that's been provided by finance, there was a payment that was made to Talatrix on April 26th of $733,687 paid out of our general fund, and a copy of that invoice or payment is included in the packet as well. Now, what's further sort of disturbing about some of this, and I think there are a lot of questions just if you go through that timeline that are raised with this contract related to transparency and contracting and a lot of different other things. But what becomes further disturbing is that there's a recent report, that's provided in here as an article that shows that on September 22nd, that only 15 wearables are deployed at Rice Street. And so I raise this as really as a point of discussion really on a number of different fronts. Number one, transparency in contracting. This appears to be a no-bid contract, no review of it, and a potential and a clear misrepresentation. I won't say potential, a clear misrepresentation to us when there was an ask of $2.1 million about the existing relationship with this particular entity and what had been contracted, what had been paid, et cetera. We've got a non-performance of what is supposed to be, and this was brought to, this $2.1 million ask was brought to us in the form of an emergency to address a particular situation. And I'll remind all of us that one of the places that local governments get in trouble are in emergency contracts, in emergency contracting. We see that just down the street from the city of Atlanta and some of the stuff that happened back a few years ago. So emergency contracts really need to be taken with a high degree of caution, and a look back on. And this is one that was entered into, and right now we have non-performance, clear non-performance of the contractor at this point in time. That is undisputable based upon the information that was provided to us when we entered into it, or when we obligated the funding. The sheriff entered into the contract. It's a contract between the sheriff and this entity, not between Fulton County government and this entity. There are questionable contractual terms within this. And this does not appear that this is a solution that was ready to be implemented, and it's not working, and it probably wasn't prepared to work when we provided the $2.1 million of additional funding. The other thing that I have some serious concerns about is some of the terms of the contract that I think it potentially opens us up to potentially unwarranted and evaluated liability going forward. We're dealing with a lot of privacy issues, security issues, biometric data, which has a lot of different connotations and ramifications today in terms of how that information may be collected and utilized by a third party. And I do not think that the evaluation of that was really given its full due. We've got precious funds to utilize to try to make a difference on what is, and has been noted, a crisis. And the funding that was provided for this is not having an impact. And we need to instead be diverting this kind of funding into something that's going to provide, that's going to be clearly procured, clearly delivered, clearly articulated, and measured about what the impact that it's having. We cannot afford to essentially toss away $2 million. I mean, and that appears to be what looks like has taken place, and potentially even more money when we have a full understanding of what may have been paid prior to April of 2022 or 2023. So I raise all this stuff to provide you with information. You know, I will be making a written request to the sheriff to ask him to terminate his contract with Talatrix and to make no further payments. And if there's not action on that, I do think we need to explore all our options as a board relating to this and clawing back that funding and certainly providing no funding going forward until we have things that are clearly bid, a contract that's clearly understood with clear deliverables.
All right, let's see. Mr. Manager, Mr. Adams, Ms. Strong-Whitaker, Madam County Attorney, I want to hear from all of y'all on this. Commissioner Aaron, do you want to be heard before we hear from them?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Ellis, for this information. I certainly want to have an opportunity to look through it and review it. I look forward to hearing from our staff in this regards, and frankly, from our sheriff. I mean, I think he deserves the opportunity to answer questions regarding this information that you have presented, so that we can hear from the horse's mouth exactly what is going on or what has transpired and what has not transpired. It's easy to look at contracts that may present questions, and I don't know if you've had an opportunity or not to speak with the sheriff, but a lot of times a phone call might be able to answer some of those questions. So I look forward to hearing from our sheriff in this regard. I'm glad this is a discussion item because I don't have enough information, nor have I had the opportunity to read through this information that has been presented, but thank you for bringing it to our attention.
All right, thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Thorne, you want to speak before we hear from the manager?
Yes, Commissioner Ellis, I want to thank you for all the time, the research, and everything that you presented to us. It just shows we do need more transparency. We approved that $2.1 million in April because we were led to believe we were in an emergency. We were in a time of crisis. We had just been presented the news of LaShawn Thompson's, the result of his death and the investigation in that. And I personally felt the need to do something because the same old wasn't working. And this was presented to me as a solution. And it's disheartening to know that it was more of an experiment. There was no proven track record. I thought with these monitors that the mental health patients that are put in solitary confinement could at least be monitored. And if we know they're in a crisis, that it would be a solution to getting them help immediately instead of finding them with bed bugs and lice and lack of care. So I thank you for putting this together. I will certainly review it, and I agree. I do need to talk with the sheriff. I'd love to hear from him. And I'd also love to meet with Talatrix. I did meet with them to go over their technology and their plans and their future. I went to their offices, and I do believe they're on a path. I'm just disappointed that I was led to believe that that path already existed. Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Chairman, I want to reserve my question and comment to after the county manager and the executive team weighs in. So if I can hold that until then, I would appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. So let's begin then with the purchasing director. Ms. Strong-Whitaker, where are you? What was your involvement in this contract?
Commissioners, the contract, you all approved it for the sheriff's office. I simply was the conduit to get the contract signed and to issue the purchase order. As you all know, when it comes to constitutional officers, They do not have to come through the procurement process. And that's the way that is right now. So I was simply the conduit to process it, to process the contract, and to process the purchase order.
So you're saying you had no involvement in it? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Manager?
Yes, sir. I did not have any involvement in this procurement nor any detailed insights into this contract.
All right. Mr. Adams?
I will echo the county manager and Ms. Strong-Whitaker. I was not involved in the discussions. What I will say, though, is I'm familiar with Teletrex. I've met with them. I've seen their presentation. I've seen the technology. And I do believe that the description of it being a experimental technology is accurate. And while I'm not totally familiar with the details of the budget or the purchase details that Vice Chair Ellis laid out, it is my understanding, based on everything I've heard, that that's pretty accurate. So I don't have anything else to add.
All right, and Madam CFO, you authorized payment for portions of this?
Did I personally? No, sir. Because there was a contract and a purchase order in place. Once the department submitted an invoice and a receiver, the item was processed automatically.
Madam County Attorney, were you aware of this or involved in any way?
So, as Ms. Strong-Whitaker mentioned, this is a contract that went through the Sheriff's Department, negotiated by and entered into by the Sheriff's Department. So my office would not have negotiated it or reviewed the contract, nor were we aware of the previous 2021 contracts that existed at the time when the emergency funds were given for the most recent contract in April of 2023.
All right, Commissioner Barrett? I'm sorry, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, pardon me.
Thank you, Chairman. This is very disturbing to me. And the reason it's disturbing to me, 2 weeks ago, the sheriff brought inmates in here under guard. The sheriff pretty much let me know that the legislation that I put in for accountability with Commissioner Ellis was nothing. Those were his words, not mine. Now, I'm going to give him something that he did not give us 2 weeks ago. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and ask that he comes here and let us know what's going on, because at the end of the day, it is about accountability. If we are in crisis, then we need to do what we need to do. But that does not bar anyone, whether you're a constitutional officer or not, from having accountability. And the fact that this staff did not know, the fact that this information in black and white is in front of me is very disturbing. But what's more disturbing was 2 weeks ago, this body, certain members of this body, was pretty much told that you're not going to tell me what to do, meet me on the south side, and all that other foolishness, when as commissioners, we are stewards of taxpayers' money. So I'm going to give the sheriff the benefit of the doubt and ask him, because I imagine right about now somebody has already texted him and told him what we're talking about. But I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt to come to this body and explain to us what's going on, because you can't have the best of both worlds, which means you spend money that you ask us to approve in an emergency, but then you want no accountability. Don't ask me. Don't you dare ask me what I do with the money. And I am offended by his behavior 2 weeks ago with Commissioner Ellis. Anybody got a problem with that? So be it. Because Vice Chair Ellis, as well as the rest of us, everybody on this board is a steward of taxpayers' money. And as sitting commissioners, we should be able to ask a question about the money being spent without being attacked. So, Sheriff, hear it from me. You need to come here and have a conversation with the commissioners.
Commissioner Barrett?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just had a question regarding communication with the sheriff. Vice Chair Ellis, did you speak to him before bringing this? I'm just curious if you had a private conversation about this.
Commissioner Barrett, I believe in transparency, and when the facts are there, I think they're worth sharing. And so no, I did not have this conversation. I was still accumulating some of the data, and I provided it here today. So just as we've had stuff brought to us in sort of the spur of the moment, I'm not asking any action. This is a discussion to lay out the particular facts. I didn't want my judgment to be clouded either. I wanted facts to be presented and shared.
Listen, by no means was that a criticism. I was just purely wanting to know if you had spoken with him. And so let me just flip it over to this side. Everybody sort of is saying they had no real knowledge of the company, which is fine. It is what it is. But Mr. Adams, I just have a question, the same question for you. You know, how much, I know nobody really knew a lot about this before the contract happened, but have you had conversations with him since then in terms of the implementation?
I have not had conversations around the implementation of Teletrex at the jail. We have had conversations about Teletrex and the technology. And as I said, I go on record, I believe that it is early stage. And as I said to Teletrex when I met with them, I don't believe that I would advise a county of our size to be the beta test for any technology. Test it in a small county somewhere else and then bring it to us once it's been proven. That was my biggest concern about it, still remains my concern. And I've had that conversation with the sheriff and I've had it with Teletrex.
Thank you. I just want to reiterate my colleagues here and say that I'm disappointed that it wasn't presented to us as experimental or beta or any of those other things. And I'll just sort of echo what Commissioner Thorne said, and that, you know, in that moment, the way it was presented to us, it was presented as a solution for the Rice Street Jail to, you know, try to keep people alive there. And, you know, we were trying to do the right thing in that moment, and it was presented as a fully formed option. So I'm disappointed really in all of us for not having more information. It kind of goes to my desire to have a more robust committee type system where we have time to review these kinds of things before we bring them to a vote. That said, I do thank you, Vice Chair Ellis, for doing this research, and I look forward to hearing from the sheriff.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Thank you, Chairman. Let me be crystal clear on this. The sheriff is a constitutional officer, which with that becomes certain duties. However, my issue is, why am I or anybody on this board chastised for asking for accountability? So if the sheriff come to us with an ask and it's a needed ask, then I'm going to be the first one to sign on the dotted line. However, I'm going to be the first one to ask for accountability. And right now, the sheriff's posture, and I have told him this, is don't ask him anything. He don't want to be accountable to us because he feels as a sheriff, he can do what he wants to do. And so let me be crystal clear where I stand on this, Chairman. If we approve the money because there's an ask, there should be no problem with a question coming from anybody on this body. And I think the posture has been sign the checks, but don't ask the questions. And everybody on here has a right as an elected official to ask any question they need and get the answers that they need. So, Sheriff, I'm asking the question.
Commissioner Arrington?
Sometimes it's not the question that you ask, but the way that you ask it. depending on the tone of how you ask a question, someone might get offended. And we are all here to do what we believe is in our best interest. I believe our sheriff does what he believes is in the best interest of the county, just as we do. And so I would just humbly request that we be reminded that presentation can affect the outcome, just as people come down here to attack us about topics. And a couple of weeks ago, I thanked the people that came down and made their presentation without attacking us, right? Because you can support your position without attacking someone. When you attack someone, they start to tune you out and they become tone deaf to the content. So I would just remind us to be careful about our tone and how we ask questions.
All right, other comments? Anything else? So where do we go from here? You want to invite the sheriff at our next meeting to respond, Vice Chair, or Mr. Manager, Mr. Adams?
Mr. Chair, yeah, I think that would be, and I also think that I've got some written follow-up, I think, and I can include all the board on, I think, for some additional detail around, payments, performance, other things that are sort of not necessarily clear, that we could get that information in advance too.
Okay. Commissioner Arrington?
Yeah, I mean, I think we ought to invite the sheriff and Taltrax to come and explain it, right? Like, I don't know how I don't know how you present one side of the information, right? And so we need to have the people here who can explain what happened, what went right, what went wrong. That's the information that I need in order to reach a conclusion.
Just one last comment. I agree with the sheriff coming down. I do not think it's appropriate for the vendor to be here and ask a question. I think the questions really are design and response merits from the party that entered into the contract and payments and so forth around that. He should be able to articulate around that. I think that there's some, I just don't think it's appropriate for the vendor to be part of that particular discussion.
Commissioner Arrington?
Well, I certainly want them here. They got our money. I want to know where our money is. I think you said don't give them any more money and try to get money back. I don't know how we do that without having them here to be part of the conversation. So they are a party to the contract. We have to pay the contract. So I want to hear what they have to say. I want to know why we only have 15. Do we actually only have 15 that are up and running? What is the reason for the delay? And certainly I think our sheriff can answer, but I think they can answer too, especially if they want to get paid.
To me, they had a contract, they haven't met it. It's September. But, others can be the determinant of whether they want the vendor here. I just don't necessarily think that's necessarily appropriate for the discussion needs to be had, but I'll let others make that determination.
Okay. All right, anything else? All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
The next item that was moved up on today's agenda on page 12, 230684. Request approval of resolution to provide financial assistance and logistical support for reproductive health care through the appropriation and donation of $300,000 to Access Reproductive Care Southeast Incorporated, matching a contribution made by the City of Atlanta, sponsored by Commissioner Barrett.
All right, Commissioner Barrett, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. we all heard a lot about this already this morning, so I will not be overly repetitive here. This is a resolution to, again, give $300,000 to ARC Southeast for financial assistance and logistical support for reproductive health care. So in the last year, with the changes to with Roe v. Wade being overturned and the changes to the federal law, and therefore the addition of the state law taking place, the 6-week abortion ban, we find ourselves in a situation where access to care has been severely limited and has resulted in harmful consequences for women and families. And in Georgia, what's happening is this lack of access to safe reproductive care is deepening the health inequity that we have already felt tremendously in Fulton County and is inordinately impacting Black and socioeconomically vulnerable women. This is a donation that was made by the City of Atlanta, approved unanimously. That group of elected officials were able to put political differences aside and make a unanimous decision to support this 2 years in a row. Last year, when Commissioner Hall brought this, the Fulton County Board of Commissioners was not able to get this over the line, but I will say that my predecessor, Commissioner Morris, did support this measure, and the people of District 3 support this measure. Commissioner Hall, thank you for bringing this last year, and thank you for co-sponsoring it with me this year. This, to me, is an issue of equity. This board has made equity a priority in terms of healthcare. We have taken it upon ourselves to directly address the healthcare desert in the south part of the county. We have committed money towards opening with Morehouse School of Medicine, the Buggy Works Clinic, to try to address some inequity there. And I think, this is part and parcel to that disparity and dealing with that disparity. As a citizen last year, before I was elected, I watched the meeting in which this issue came up last year, and I listened to the objections by some of my colleagues. And so as I put this resolution together this year, I wanted to make sure that I addressed those questions. And the main one was really, where is the money coming from, and can we afford to do this? And the answer is, in January in our budget, we put $5 million aside for a healthcare reserve, designed to address health inequity. We have spent, we budgeted to spend, I believe it was $3.6 million or $3.3 million perhaps on the Buggy Works facility. We saved some money on that. There is some money remaining, and I did clarify with our finance department that there is money in that healthcare reserve to spend this $300,000. I would like to also point out that of our overall budget of over $1 billion, this is 0.02%. So while it is a very, very, very small percentage of our overall budget, it is a dramatic amount of money for ARC Southeast and will help them tremendously. With that, I will just say that I hope my colleagues can see their way to putting political differences aside the way that the City Council did, and will vote to support this.
Commissioner Thorne.
Thank you, Chairman. First, we can't afford. I don't care if there's a little wiggle room somewhere in the budget. We assign that money to senior services for driving, for the driving thing that's going over budget. In our last meeting, we were just presented with budget shortfall this year. The county's looking at ways to cut costs. Commissioner Barrett recently expressed her opposition to any new county programs when she vehemently opposed the addition of a senior center in North Fulton. Now she wants to support a new program through a donation that will only deepen our budget shortfall. Even if we didn't commit to support this program, we have the responsibility to put it out for bid, then track how the money's being spent. Two fiscal responsibilities which are avoided by designating it as a donation. But again, the crucial issue here is we simply don't have the money or the budget for this expense. The $300K in funding, you talk about it just being a small amount. We give $6.8 million to our community service program recommendations. We spend monies in all these areas to address homelessness, to address health care, for children's and youth services, for seniors. Yet the highest person, the most anybody gets, is $85K. $300K, that's more than 3 times than Hosea feeds the homeless. Are they not worthy of more money? Is this ARC Southeast donation more worthy than Hosea who feeds the homeless? $75K we give to Boys and Girls Club. They would be getting 4 times the amount of what the Boys and Girls Club we give them. And then there's people's like, you know, we talk about homelessness and how we can, if we cure homelessness, we won't have people in incarceration. We only give $25K from Shelters to Shutters, does housing and job placement. $25K to Safe House Outreach, a homeless population. We see them down the street and the work they do day in and day out. $35K for the Urban Clinic, which provides free primary clinic in Fulton County. We only give $30K to the West Side Future Fund for economic mobility and stabilization support for economics. $30K for Serve Familia, homelessness for Latinos. $35K for City of Refuge. $30K for Gilgal, $30K for In Town, and the list goes on. Why, this came up a year ago. Why didn't the ARC apply like our other partners? Why didn't they apply to be a community service program? No, they want it as a donation so that we just give $300K into the wind. They have no accountability to us on how they're going to spend it. And as commissioners, we had the fiduciary responsibility to have a contract. We just saw a contract go awry because we didn't look at it. They should be vetted. We should make sure the money is being properly spent, and we would be circumventing that. Is that fiscally responsible? No, I say not. Second, I will continue to oppose agenda items that seem to serve primary purpose of driving wedges between us as commissioners. This is a very divisive issue, as we can see. We have 2 sides. If we donate, in fairness, if we're going to donate to organizations which help women terminate their pregnancies, we should donate to organizations that help women keep their babies. Regardless of the motivation, the inevitable result of us taking sides on this issue is simply going to drive us apart, and we're just going to tempting to demonize one another. We should be working together, respect each other's perspective, and not look for ways to draw a line in the sand. As for the timing of this resolution, the fact that it's being brought up during the month of October will no doubt be seen as insensitive and antagonistic to our many Catholic constituents who are celebrating respect for life this month. On a personal note, as my Christian faith has grown, I personally can't not support abortion, and I certainly don't want to use our taxpayer dollars to pay for it. But I understand that not everyone shares my opinion. And I look forward to hopefully having some time to have open and honest conversation about what we believe and how we can come together and not apart. Many people feel strongly about when life begins. Is it at conception? Is it at 6 weeks? Is 6 weeks okay? Is 12 weeks okay? Is when a heartbeat starts, is that okay? Is it 20 weeks? Or is it after birth? Rape, incest, and to save a mother life is legal. What other cases are legal for a late-term abortion? I'd love to have a conversation. I'd welcome the opportunity to discuss with each and every one of you to see how we can come together and not be driven apart. Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. Let me go ahead and apologize now, because some of the things that I'm getting ready to say is going to be offensive to some of you all. But I must stand on truth. Truth to power. We can all agree to disagree without attacking each other. I am a Democrat, and I am pro-choice because I feel like a woman's medical decision in her room is not big enough for me and her doctor. Only she and what she believes and what she does, that's her decision. My mother, the late Victoria Travis Jackson, a civil rights person in her own right, helped build this city. But one of the things that she shared with me as a youngster was how in school, one of her best friends died. She came to school, she had a real bad odor on her. She had been what they call the basement butcher. She was pregnant, was scared, and didn't tell anybody. She went and had an abortion. And she died from it. Somebody who was friends with my mother. And my mother told me as a young girl, I trust you would do the right thing, but if you're ever in a situation, you come talk to me. Now, those of you that are on the other side, I may disagree with you, but I'm not going to disagree with your right to stand up for what you believe in, because that's part of what this great country was founded on. If you feel strong about something, stand up for it. But that does not mean to demonize anybody on either side. But sometimes we have to make decisions, and they may not be popular decisions, but they're decisions that have to be made because they're right. Now, the issue that I have with this is we had an item that came before us for $250,000 of funding centers in the North and in the South. And those are centers that I watched firsthand open up, and some of the reasoning behind those centers being opened up. A young man came to school smelling like onions. He was teased to the point that he wanted to take his life. Why? Because he didn't have any deodorant. His grandmother was his person that takes care of him, and the money was just not enough to go around. A young lady is using wads of tissue for feminine hygiene because her mother does not have money to buy sanitary napkins. This is one of the reasons that these centers were put in place, among others, that you can go in and you can use the washer and dryer. You can go in and get mouthwash. You can go in and get a pair of clean underwear, whatever the student needs. We know in this economy that we need both of those centers on the North and on the South. Commissioner Barrett voted against that, and that's her right to do that. But how can I vote for this knowing that we are sending a message to students that we don't care about them? We're sending a message that at the end of the day, we are going to put money for reproductive rights, but if you need sanitary napkins, you're on your own. If you need mouthwash and deodorant, you're on your own. I cannot in good conscience, I asked her to hold this. I even told her I would be willing to support it. But she made a choice to bring it today. And I'm standing on the choice that I got to stand up for homeless students on the north and the south. I got to stand up for grandparents who are raising their children and they don't have enough money to make ends meet. And if we cannot, in good conscience, give $250,000 to make sure that homeless or that challenged child has deodorant, mouthwash, or sanitary napkins, I will be damned if I put any vote towards anything else. I'm going to stand on that. I'm going to offend some of you all, but guess what? Nobody in here has a heaven or a hell to put me in. And I hope we can get past this. Thank you.
Vice Chair Ellis.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Just a few remarks. Obviously, this is a deeply personal issue and topic for a lot of people. I'm not going to get into all the arguments that have been made around that. But I want to focus in on just a few things. One, sort of focus around our role and our priorities, what our job is and what we're supposed to be doing. And other touch on process and procurement. I'm going to touch on that one first. And first off, in terms of the way this particular resolution is styled, it's really almost framed up as a matching gift charitable contribution. We're not a nonprofit organization. City of Atlanta chose to do something, a resolution that says, hey, do what they do, be the matching gift. That's not good governance, okay? A lot of stuff was made, contrastly, a lot of remarks were made around doing work related to homelessness and youth and that sort of stuff. I'll remind the folks in the city of Atlanta, when it comes to homelessness in the city of Atlanta, that is their responsibility. We have two distinct responsibilities when it comes to dealing with the homeless. We have responsibility, Fulton County government, outside the city of Atlanta, and the city of Atlanta has it within. So, take care of your own responsibilities. But we had a specific program and a process and stuff that we talked about and funded for youth homelessness. It was competitively bid, competitively procured, and we made those rewards, I want to say at the last meeting, and there's an announcement around those and you see what they are. That's good governance. It has a process, it's properly procured, there's measurables, there's check-in points on it. This is not. This is essentially an addition, charitable contribution, give some funding to an organization, who knows what they're doing, what's the accountability for it, et cetera. Appears to be, more politically motivated. Hey, and, part of this is, if this is a cause you believe in, rally folks around it and provide the private support to it to do it, just like other folks do with nonprofit organizations. We're not a nonprofit organization. Secondly, what's our role and the types of roles that we play? And Commissioner Thorne noted this, and it's not lost on me that the sponsoring commissioner on this voted to deny funding for a center that was provide senior developmental disabilities and behavioral health services just a few weeks back. Our core services that we're obligated to provide, we are the provider in areas where we've got some deficiencies in those areas, and I think we all know what they are. And we've had specific asks for us, and that denial was based upon funding scarcity. But yeah, just a few weeks later, we're bringing back something that's not even our responsibility. Abortion policy is not our responsibility. The laws around it, that's the state legislature. If you don't like them, work with them to change it. Providing abortion care, that's not our principal responsibility. And the funding for that, quite frankly, that comes through the feds, Medicare funding, other sources and that sort of stuff. It's funding that's provided to Planned Parenthood today and other organizations. That's not our responsibility. So this has not come in a way that procedurally and process-wise it's done the right way, and it's not something that's in line with what our roles are. which we're currently underfunding so many right now, and we got so many challenges, you know, why we would divert funding into something that's not part of our principal roles, responsibilities, and objectives, I have no idea. I mean, definitely this is a personal topic for a lot of folks, including me. I'm not going to try to bring that into the equation. I just want to focus on those particular points, and I cannot support this.
Commissioner Hall.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, let me say, I think it's a sad day when adults who have been elected decide on how they're going to vote based on tit for tat, and whether or not someone voted for something they wanted or not, instead of just voting on what is good for the people. We shouldn't be like that. In addition, Fulton County funds nonprofit organizations all the time. We have a grant that funds nonprofits who do anything in the health and wellness area. That's one of the categories. So I don't see where this falls outside of that. This is a very serious matter, just as the jail is a very serious matter. Both involve death. Let's not condemn mothers for their choice. It is their choice what they do with their bodies. So I'm going to request that we be fair about this. If we're going to fund one side, we need to fund the other side. And I heard today an organization that I've never heard about before called Auntie Angie's House. And I heard from residents that said, why are we not funding the mothers who decide that they want to keep their children? And I agree with that. We should be fair in all things. And yes, I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian who believes in the Word of God from the Bible. I call the Bible basic instruction before leaving earth. I don't judge people based on their mistakes. I pray for my enemies in a good way, not in a bad way. And I personally do not believe in abortion, but I believe that every woman should have the ability to decide what she does with her body. I don't want to make that decision for any woman because that is the hardest decision to make. I think that's a decision that she has to make before God herself. And so if we're going to support one side, we need to support the other. And I want to make a friendly amendment that we fund the nonprofit that helps the women who decide that they do want to keep their baby. And I hope that you would accept that as part of this.
Well, I certainly appreciate that request, Commissioner Hall. I would like to keep those things separate, and I'm not opposed to considering something like that under a different resolution, but I would like to have this stand on its own, so I'm going to reject that.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Commissioner Barrett, you have the floor.
I wasn't going to respond to any of the comments and just let this go to a vote. I think the votes will speak for themselves, but I feel like I've been accused of a few things that were either require further explanation or are just not true, and I just feel the need to speak on the record about a couple of those things, one being the fact that Commissioner Thorne's comments about me vehemently opposing a behavioral health center in the north is absolutely a lie. I brought up the conversation about postponing the building of some facilities in order to save money at the time, for now. That's the only thing I said. There was never any vehement opposition to that. There was also not a vehement opposition to any new programs. Again, in an effort to work within the millage rate we set as we planned the budget for next year, we were advised by the county management team that we would not be able to fund new programs in 2024. There was no vehement opposition from me. Commissioner Abdurrahman, with all due respect, the items that you talked about so passionately, I fully understand your passion. None of that was brought to my attention prior to the vote at the last board meeting regarding the programs you're discussing. And again, to be clear, the reason that I voted against that measure was because the program you're referring to is run by Atlanta Public Schools. They are a taxing body. They set their own millage rate. They have $1 billion budget. Well, then it's Fulton County Schools.
Commissioner Barrett, you have the floor.
It's a school-funded thing. The schools have school boards. The school boards have millage rates, and they tax. And we are looking at a difficult year next year and beyond with our own expenses. And the arguments were made that we shouldn't be giving money to a taxing body. That is the reason I voted no, not because I oppose the programs. So as I said to you when we spoke privately, if you want to bring it back, or you want to bring it back and have that money directed to a nonprofit that does that work or whatever, I will support that, because it was never the program that I objected to. I gave you my word that I would support that, and I do think that it is disingenuous to equate these two issues when we approve other spending all the time. And yes, we do, in fact, do things this way all the time. The one that's popping into my head right off the bat is a donation that we gave to Atlanta Technical College, which was just that, a donation. It's worded the same way. And nobody's going back to make sure they're spending money in some prescribed fashion. So that is also disingenuous, because we do it all the time. People on this board are looking for an excuse not to support this. You do what you have to do, but this is a vote that is clearly exactly what's written in the documentation, and the vote will just stand.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
I'll be quick, Chairman. Let me just clear up a couple of things. First of all, Fulton County gave a commitment of $250,000. Fulton County gave a commitment, which is the same as me giving my word of saying I am going to collaboratively do this. And so that was a commitment by Fulton County that this body said that we couldn't really afford to do. So there was a decision made that we weren't able to do that because we didn't have the money. Well, if we don't have the money to do that, then we don't have the money to do this. And when you're saying disingenuous, you are an extremely intelligent, meticulous person that looks at everything. So I should not have to have brought anything to you. We make important what's important. I want my constituent that's sitting out there to know the reason that I cannot support this is because either we're going to tell everybody no or we're going to tell everybody yes. And the day that we tell homeless children and grandparents and caretakers that can barely put food on their table, but the child is trying to get an education, that we cannot give them funding for that, but we can give funding for them, is the day that I will sit here and be against this in principle, but not because I don't believe they're doing good work. So when you're talking about being disingenuous as an elected official, it is upon you to come in here and make sure you know everything about every issue and everything that you're voting on. Nobody's going to free-handedly give you the information. I respect you as my colleague, but on this issue, I must be against it, and that's the reason why.
All right, it's almost 1:45, ladies and gentlemen. Commissioner Arrington, you have the floor.
Sitting here listening. Sitting here listening. I guess if I adopted that, then I wouldn't be able to support this or pre-arrest version. If I adopted that mentality. If I adopted the mentality that, oh, they didn't vote for my thing, I'm gonna vote for this, so I'm not gonna vote for their thing. So, so I won't vote for this either, and I won't vote for pre-arrest, because I'm gonna support all or I'm gonna support none. That sounds crazy as hell. It is crazy as hell.
All right, anything else? Motion on the floor is to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 2 nays.
All right, next item.
On page 11, 230681.
Just a minute. Actually, let's do this. Let's recess for lunch and executive session items of real estate, litigation, and personnel. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Madam Clerk, are they ready? Where's Ellen? 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, without objection, we will resume the regular order of business. Madam Clerk? Where is she? Madam County Attorney?
I'm here. Okay. From executive session, is there a motion to approve the request for representation in item number 1 of the executive session agenda?
I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, which is seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the application to move the boundary line of the Merck Miles landfill to effectuate the transfer of Wolf Creek Amphitheater to the city of South Fulton?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
And the vote is open. The motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Is there a motion to approve the request for payment of a 2024 invoice from the Atlanta Regional Commission for the Cooperative Technical Assistance Intergovernmental Cost Sharing Agreement in the amount of $75,000 as set forth in item 4 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Please vote.
The vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
No further action items.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
On page 11, county manager's items under open and responsible government, 230681, finance, presentation, review, and approval of October 4th, 2023 budget soundings.
Madam CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We have one item for the board's consideration today. It's a $1.2 million increase for the Senior Services Department to fund the contractual obligation related to common courtesy for the Uber Lyft style transportation program.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Hall. Is there a second? All right, I'll second. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230682, real estate and asset management, request approval to increase spending authority in the total amount of $208,896.69 to purchase and deliver 2 electric stock pickers and 1 electric forklift truck.
All right, a favorable motion by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Ellis. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Under Arts and Libraries, 230683, request approval of a resolution approving a sponsorship agreement template.
All right, have a favorable motion by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah, I just sort of had a general question. So we're expending county funds on sponsoring events? Correct?
Hello, Commissioners. David Manuel, Arts and Culture. Some of the events that we do and programs that we do, initiatives that we create, and also some initiatives that we partner with, sometimes rely on support, partnerships, or collaboration. And so with our regular process, it's like a 30-day net, but we've been working with purchasing and legal to kind of create to where we can move the process a little bit faster when it comes to supporting these events. And part of the results is it gives us an opportunity to market, put our logo, get a good reach in terms of what we support.
So we're arbitrarily sponsoring certain events?
Some events, yes. that are already created that align with what our goals and missions are.
I guess, I don't know, as a practical matter, I mean, I certainly support the work we do for contract for services and the specifically identified stuff that we vote on for funding. I don't personally support sort of the general notion of government sort of arbitrarily providing sponsorships for events, and nor letting that determination be made by staff. I just think that number one, I don't necessarily feel like that's an appropriate use of funding. And then number two, I think it runs the risk of things being done and things that are sponsored that may not necessarily enjoy the majority of support of the board. So I'm not in support of this arrangement, nor really arbitrarily doing sponsorship agreements that we don't individually vote on.
Commissioner Barrett?
Yeah, I just had some questions, maybe more for the county management team on how these things normally get handled. Can someone kind of just explain the process as it is right now?
So, Commissioner Barrett, the Department of Arts and Culture will have the opportunity to review requests that sometimes come into the county, or they may seek out these specific types of sponsorship arrangements. Specifically because the sponsorship approach is not a part of the procurement process, this agreement would formalize the sponsorship approach in a way that will allow us to clearly identify what the county receives for their sponsorship. It will also identify what the county will be responsible for providing in return for that, as well as the fee. And so, again, the department, depending on what their goals and objectives are, they seek out or are approached regarding certain sponsorship opportunities.
So is Arts and Culture the only department that sponsors anything?
Yes, they are. And now that the Fulton Films is a part of Arts and Culture, there are even more opportunities for that department to be recognized in the community as a player when it comes to the county being a place for film. Of course, with the recent strike, there has been little of that lately, but we've seen even more requests and the department approaching sponsorship opportunities, especially with the film component. But yes, this is the only department that has this unique approach because they are arts and culture and because of the film component.
I mean, I'm in support of, arts and culture programming, and that, we have some of that as part of our county budget. This seems like a little bit odd to me because there's a line in the resolution at the top on page 2 of the resolution, page 405, that says, line 26 and 27, it says, where sponsorship opportunities are short-term and sometimes unexpected. Then if you flip to the next page, and I think a couple times after that, it talks about the funding for the event having been approved in the budget. So if it was approved in the budget for that event, how is it unexpected? I'm sort of confused about that.
So the specific opportunity isn't identified, but in the operating budget, there is an object code or a line item for these types of engagements. So when the budget is passed by the board in January, the department has an operating budget, and one of the line items in the operating budget is for events of this nature. So as a whole, events are approved, but which events those may be, some have been annual, some are opportunity specific.
Well, I would argue that the language in the, this is a county attorney question, I guess, but I would argue that the language in the resolution is wrong then, because it says for the event, not for events. So I think that would need to be fixed. if this were to go forward. And then I'm just wondering if we don't need a policy, and I guess this is getting to a little bit what Vice Chair Ellis said, do we not need some kind of a purchasing policy that does directly apply to sponsorships across the board? Because what's to say another department won't want to sponsor something? I know, we've had conversations about that for our own budgets about, we're not supposed to sponsor something, just give a sponsorship. We're only supposed to do it if we get something of value, like if we're buying tickets or a table. But do those rules apply to everyone? Do they not?
So in this agreement, one of the appendix that's required is what is of value in exchange for the fee. And so, again, that is why this specific template was created in partnership with the county attorney's office, so that we could formalize the process, so that we could track what the deliverables are, and so that we could agree to what those deliverables are.
I mean, I'd like to see a more broad policy around sponsorships, and I think there's a two-pronged thing to this in terms of arts and culture. One is the ability to provide some funding to those organizations that are holding those events, which would then, to some extent, be outside of the grant process. Which I think gets to, again, what Vice Chair Ellis was saying. But then there's also the secondary side to it, which is sort of positive branding for Fulton County. And then from that perspective, I feel like Jessica's department should be brought into this because that's under their umbrella. So I think I would like to just see, and maybe again, this is something for our rules discussion around the county in general, but I think, I'm not opposed to y'all having some of this, but I think there needs to be some guidelines and boundaries. I would ask that maybe we hold this or come back with a corrected document, and I'm not asking to hold, I'm not making a motion to hold right now. Want to hear what everybody else has to say, but I just wonder if it doesn't need some guardrails so that it doesn't become sort of any department now can sponsor things.
Well, are you making a substitute motion to hold?
No, I'm not. I'm just saying I'll consider doing that as the conversation continues.
Okay, Dr. Michelle, you tried, but Commissioner Arrington, you tried to explain it, but.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Are these funds already in the budget?
Correct. Under special projects and initiatives.
And do the events align with the goals and purposes of your department?
Every event that we decide to be a part of, and maybe sponsorship might not be the right word, maybe collaboration or partnerships, they all align with what our mission and goal is in the department.
All right, I want to ask, because I guess I'm a little confused with the word as well, because to hear someone say that there's no sponsorship of events, I remember I started the Joan Gardner Walk, and we had all departments sponsor the event. They all helped, Dream, everybody. And so I don't understand. I don't understand how someone could say no other department sponsoring events. Dr. Rochelle, can you help me with that? Do departments sponsor events? Do departments help sponsor Commissioner Hall's event that she does annually with the young men?
Yes, sir. This is specific to, yes,
They do sponsor that event, right?
They support that, yes, sir.
And other events.
Yes, sir.
So anyone saying that departments don't sponsor events is not being truthful.
Departments do sponsor events.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Let me just ask you a question, generally speaking. Okay. Whether it's sponsorship or collaboration, is this not just a Fulton County, is this a practice across the board in other counties?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and I'm asking you a question that I already know the answer to. And so I don't know if the wording, first of all, I support this because I know what you're trying to do. Right. But for my colleagues that maybe don't understand or maybe are caught up on a word, I don't know, I'm willing to ask for a hold to hold this if it's not time sensitive, because I do need them to have the information they need to have to be comfortable. I'm comfortable in supporting this today. And so whether it's sponsorship, whether it's collaborative, I know that this is a practice done in other counties, municipalities, and I understand the nature and the reason why. So I'm asking you, if I put in for a hold today for my colleague to get more information, is this time sensitive?
We could definitely do a hold. It's not that time sensitive, but I also want you to keep in mind that the programs that we do, the programs that we partner with or sponsor or collaborate, whatever word you want to use, it benefits the integrity and the awareness of what Fulton County offers in arts and culture. And if you look around, and I'll give you an example, we just did a media event, and we had 80+ media represented at this event. That's our logo, that's our branding, that's our positive word in terms about promoting and sponsoring what we do in Fulton County. So it's a huge benefit for the county, but I understand more information might be needed so we can make a decision, and I hope that we make a decision that supports these initiatives as well as these organizations that are really trying to put their foot forward in terms of partner and collaboration with the county.
And so if I put in a motion to hold this to the next meeting, would that would not interrupt anything that you have on right now? I'm just asking.
No.
Okay, I want to make a motion to hold this until our colleagues, substitute motion.
Substitute motion to hold, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Commissioner Barrett, you still want to be heard?
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I appreciate getting the time to actually review this. And I would ask, first of all, I'm a little frustrated that I asked if other departments sponsor, and you said no. And then Commissioner Arrington asked if other departments sponsor, and you said yes. So did I just not ask the question clearly?
So this agreement is for external organizations that we partner with by providing a fee in exchange for something of value.
Well,
Departments do not provide any fee to a commissioner or anyone internally. We may provide staff to help plan an event. We may bring items to the event, but internally we don't call it sponsorship.
Well, yeah, but let me
we do-
interrupt you. Sorry, I hear
Yes.
you. I take your point on that. I think, though, as Commissioner Arrington was speaking, it reminded me that I believe, and again, I don't know what the cost or the arrangement is, but I believe the Behavioral Health Department is participating in the Pride Parade. Is that a sponsorship? Do they pay to be in the parade?
There are some events that we participate in that there is no fee associated with it. The arrangement may be that we have a table, that we provide information or a speaker. For the events that we are trying to formalize here, they usually include a fee and a sponsorship package that details specific things like a ticket, the number of tables, logo placement, opportunities for media interviews.
I get it. I would ask then, since we're going to vote on a hold here, that as part of this coming back, that we come up with, either document what our current policies are around sponsorships, be it paid or unpaid, internal or external, so that there's one source of information about how sponsorships work, and that it is fairly used across, the board. So that I would like to ask that come back with the hold.
All right, the motion on the floor is to, substitute motion is to hold. Commissioner Arrington, you want to be heard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know if further discussion is needed or not, but my understanding is that in order for staff to be allocated, is there no fee, is there no cost associated with staff being allocated to deliver? Let's just say, for example, we ask staff to deliver the stage somewhere on a Saturday. Is there no cost to that department for that?
There is, but in this case, we're actually cutting a check to a third party. And so that's what we were trying to.
So we don't cut checks to staff?
For their payroll, yes.
Yeah, so So which came first, the chicken or the egg? I don't understand the difference that we're trying to make between the costs. Either their cost, so at a table, do we give away items at that table?
We do.
What type of items do we give away?
Pamphlets, different items that we purchase that.
Are those items free?
We pay for them.
You pay for, so they have cost.
There is cost associated with the purchase.
I don't understand what y'all are talking about. Either there is a cost or there's not a cost. Either we pay for staff to be there or we don't pay for staff to be there. We're paying or we're not paying. This doesn't make any sense. What are y'all talking about? Either there is a cost associated with helping sponsor the Joan Garner Walk, either there is a cost associated with the behavioral health event, either there's a cost associated with Commissioner Natalie Hall's event and being there and having staff there and passing items, or there's not. What are we talking about?
Okay, Vice Chair Ellis?
So this matter speaks to payment of funds to a third party for a sponsorship, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's what we're talking about.
All right, the motion on the floor, were you done, Vice Chair? All right, the motion on the floor is to hold. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay.
This needs a lot of work, Mr. Manager, Dr. Rochelle.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
The next two items are mine. I'd respectfully request that we can hold those items.
All right. Without objection, we'll be holding 0595 and 0642. Madam Clerk, continue.
On page 12, Commissioners' Full Board Appointments, 230685, Fulton County Arts Council. Chairman Pitts has nominated Jennifer Pino for a full board appointment to a term ending December 31st, 2024.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230686, Beltline Affordable Housing Advisory Board. Chairman Pitts has nominated Bobby Spiller for a full board appointment to a 2-year term that will commence upon approval of the Atlanta City Council.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. On page 13, Board of Ethics, 230687, the South Fulton Chamber of Commerce has recommended Walter Vinson for a full board appointment to a term ending February 12, 2025. The Gate City Bar Association has recommended Daraka Satcher for a full board reappointment to a term ending February 12, 2026. And the Greater North Fulton Chamber of Commerce has recommended Chris Miller to fill the unexpired term of Jamie Bennell for a full board appointment to a term ending February 12, 2024.
All right, I have a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Is there a second? All right, I'll second. How do you do this? I did. All right, Commissioner Arrington?
I have no problems with the recommendation by the South Fulton Chamber nor the Greater North Fulton Chamber. However, the person that has been recommended by the Gate City Bar Association is the past president of the Ethics Committee, who I hold solely responsible for all of the irregularities, policy violations, of ethics board violations, and constitutional violations that our county attorney has previously spoken about. So I would make a substitute motion to only allow the, to remove the recommendation from the Gate City Bar and to allow the other two to move forward.
Okay, there's a substitute motion. You heard the substitute motion. In other words, to approve Mr. Vincent and Mr. Miller and not approve Mr. Satcher. Is that correct, Ms. Arrington?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, is there a second? Is there a second? Mr. Barrett?
I'll second it.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Discussion?
Yeah, I would just, Mr. Chair, we can vote on, I don't care if we vote on it individually. I just don't know if it may be useful for the county attorney to speak on all the irregularities that occurred under this person. And additionally, frankly, if that person stays on, I will have an objection for the rest of my life. They'll never be able to hear anything against me, ever.
Madam County Commissioner Ellis, Vice Chair.
I was just going to recommend that we just sever and vote on them individually. I mean, same thing potentially, but.
We can do that. All right, take them one at a, is that okay? That's fine. We will take them individually.
Mr. Chair, point of order, I already made a substitute motion. I don't believe we can have a substitute of a substitute.
You're correct. So right now, what's before us is the approval of Mr. Vincent and the approval of Mr. Chris Miller only. That's what's before us. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the substitute motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. 5 with Vice Chair.
Okay, anything else on this? For now, all right. Continue, Madam Clerk.
Page 14, 230688, Fulton, Atlanta Land Bank Authority. Commissioner Barrett has nominated Joan Arkins for a full board appointment to a term ending August 7th, 2027.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, and I seconded that. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Commissioners' discussion items, 230689, sponsored by Chairman Pitts. Discussion whether the designation of personal staff for elected officials requires approval from the BOC.
Thank you. So this came about, Commissioners, because I had a conversation with the manager, and he believed that, well, not believed, that he had been approached about approving through, or in conjunction with Mr. Herman, certain additions to the personal staff of certain officials. And I do not believe that the manager has that authority. And so that's why this is on the agenda for us to discuss that today. I've had a discussion with him about it, had a discussion with the county attorney about it, and had a discussion with the CFO about this. Because I believe that if this is approved, we're opening up Pandora's box, and we're going to see 4 or 5 others coming pretty soon. Every employee will be on the personal staff of whoever they're appointing, whoever their department head is, which is really, the county is headed in the wrong direction if this is approved. No disrespect to any of the individuals who come forward wanting to name up to 26 people on their personal staff, which makes no sense. And there are some legal issues with that and some financial implications, but if that's the direction which this board wants to take this county, so be it, but it will be done without my participation. So, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A little bit of background on this particular situation. We have met several times with Solicitor Gamage over the course of the last year or so between myself and Ken Herman. specifically talking about the measurement and pay of employees at the individual level, something that we've discussed at the board level. And obviously, you've given us direction to proceed in that fashion. Most recently, we met with Solicitor Gamage and his staff on September the 14th. Participants in that meeting included the county attorney's office through Dominique Martinez, as well as Steve Rosenberg on the solicitor side. So 3 lawyers actually involved in that conversation, counting the solicitor. It was a 2-part discussion. Part number 1 was taking the additional step to add investigators to the list of personal staff, and the logic was twofold. One was he would like to reward and pay folks commensurate with their skill sets and with their productivity in that role. He believes that he could differentiate and clearly quantitatively justify that. In fact, as a consequence of moving forward with that, Steve Rosenberg wrote a note to us indicating that that would be clearly the plan. The second piece is he has difficulty, and I just looked at his reports this morning. He's got a vacancy rate just slightly below what the sheriff has right now, so he does have difficulty in recruiting. One way to get after that, again, is to be able to target folks who have exceptional skills in this arena, and he mentioned a couple during the discussion, and be able to offer them salaries while still within the pay grade and still within his budget constraints, but that would be differentiated from others that are already in those roles. The last part of that discussion that to me was very compelling was by however we got here in terms of process over time, both attorneys in the solicitor's office as well as the DA's office and executive assistants, not just one, but the executive assistant class in both of those offices are personal staff. So this is adding to what already exists, not some new convention necessarily that was being requested. So for all of those reasons, the fundamental process that is used, and the only thing that is even alluded to in our policy is that the chief human resource officer, along with consultation with the county attorney's office, makes that determination. Obviously, I'm the supervisor, ultimately, of the chief human resource officer, participated in the discussion, and from my perspective, this made good sense. So that's how the decision was reached. The other thing to keep in mind, I think, is the chairman raises a good point, and that is it the purview of the board? Because these are elected officials that personal staff applies to, and perhaps that's where the decision should rest. Hence the reason that this item is on the agenda, to get clarity from this group, and then if that's the will of the board, then we'll change the policy to reflect that. But there was no getting around any existing policy, nor was there, in my mind, getting around anything that wasn't logical and straightforward. And, quite frankly, every day I try to balance, efficiency, effectiveness, as well as engagement of leaders. And that's not a 1 + 1 = 3 formula. It requires judgment. So you'll just be putting yourself in that position of trying to make those judgments, which is fine and may be appropriate.
All right. Commissioner Arrington, followed by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, followed by Commissioner Barrett, and I'd like to hear from the county attorney and the CFO. But y'all want to hear from them first? All right, Madam County Attorney, while they're, go ahead. You want to speak, be heard first, Commissioner Arrington? You want to hear from the county attorney?
We can hear from the county attorney before. Okay. I have no problem hearing from the county attorney first.
Obviously, this is within the purview of the board to decide whether or not you choose to delegate the decision-making as to how an entire classification of employees is going to be treated, whether they will be treated by HR as personal staff or not. Currently, the county manager is correct that there is no specific requirement for that decision to come to the board. I think historically, it's my understanding that it's been treated as something that HR, in conjunction with the county manager's office, will decide based upon legal advice from the county attorney's office. The county manager is correct that Dominique Martinez of my office was in attendance at that meeting. In fact, the county manager and I have had previous discussions about this topic. We have, in fact, advised caution in expanding the personal staff designation. Not to say that it's not appropriate to expand it in certain circumstances, but that it should be undertaken with caution, in part because it is not a direct modification of a classification in the traditional sense, like changing the pay grade or the job description, but it is a change in an indirect way. You are removing an entire group of people and treating them in a different way for employment purposes. So I do think that it's something that the board should consider whether or not you would like to weigh in on it in the way that you weigh in on changes in the pay and classification plan, or if you would like to continue to delegate it to the county manager and the chief human resources officer. One of the reasons we advised caution is because it changing someone to a personal staff designation removes certain rights that employees traditionally have under FMLA, under FLSA. It also allows someone to have discretion as their appointing authority in how much to pay them within the pay range without the protocols that, say, another department head would have to go through in order to show that someone was exceptional and deserving of a higher than funded amount for that role. So again, in certain instances, it is absolutely appropriate to treat someone as personal staff, but it should be undertaken with extreme caution because you are changing an individual's rights under federal law, and you are potentially opening up an avenue for folks to feel that their differences in pay as compared to their lateral colleagues may be based on something that could be a basis for claims of discrimination, among other things.
All right, Madam CFO, you had some reservations.
Well, my reservations, Mr. Chairman, really centered around how the meeting was presented. I thought we were there to discuss a pilot program for pay for performance versus changing out investigators from current classified employees to personal staff. And the only other thing that I would add is that my understanding is that whatever change happened in the solicitor's office would also have to carry over into the district attorney's office with regard to her investigators, or anywhere else there are investigators working for elected officials. Oftentimes, Mr. Herman is placed in the crosshairs, if you will, by the elected officials regarding how our human resource policies and procedures are designed. And they often push for things like this. And not that there's anything necessarily wrong with that, but it is frustrating because we try to follow the policy and procedures, and then ultimately it seems to always end up here at the board with some sort of a complaint about the length of time that it takes for something to happen, or that they can't get to where they need to be because our policies are constraining. So those were my thoughts on the issue.
All right, Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. think I get better at this job the more I understand everybody's roles. The chief financial officer is here to protect the money. And so that is what she does, and her decisions are based in that regard. I guess my question is, how many people, and we'll just use the solicitor's office, for example, how many personal staff do they have already? Is it a percentage? Is it, okay, you can have 20% personal staff? Is there a standard percentage across the board?
Good afternoon, Commissioner Kenneth L. Herman Jr., Chief HR Officer. It's not a percentage, it's a classification. So in the solicitor's office, for example, all his solicitors, 1, 2, 3, all the way up to the deputy solicitor, are his personal staff. So the mix of positions that he can create within his budget, that's the mix that he would have. Also executive assistants, his senior leadership in his investigation unit would all be personal staff. But in total, we right now have roughly around 300 personal staff members throughout the DA, the solicitor, some in the sheriff's office.
Okay, wait, slow down. How many are personal staff in the solicitor? How many total staff does the solicitor have, and how many of those are personal staff? And then we can do DA and sheriff after that, but right now I'm just talking about solicitor. Okay. Please, absolutely. Madam DA, good to see you. Thank you. You can come down too if you want.
Good afternoon. I'd like to thank the county manager for understanding and having a listening ear to those of us who really have our shoulders on the grindstone and trying to move these issues forward in a way that delivers the best justice to the folks we serve. Thank you for that. Thank you for the question, and thank you for entertaining it. So in my office right now, we've got about 48 attorney positions. All of them are personal staff. I've got an executive assistant. Those positions are personal staff. They all report directly to me. We have our chief investigator, who's designated as personal staff, reports directly to me. So out of the roughly, and I'm including ORCA positions just for this analysis, out of the roughly 140 some odd positions within the office, 30% or so, 40%, about 35% would be personal staff right now. And I think the other important part of your question, Commissioner Arrington, is this. Prosecutors raise their hand and they swear an oath in front of a judge to be loyal to the elected that they serve on behalf of you all and our constituents. And they function in court and in other ways on behalf of the Solicitor General. That's why they're Assistant Solicitors General. My investigators also raise their hand and swear a similar oath to the integrity of law enforcement and also to my management as Solicitor General. Same for the District Attorney's Office. Those folks have a structure, but ultimately when they show up to serve a subpoena at someone's home, that subpoena's got my name on it. They're serving it on behalf of the Solicitor General. And the gun that's issued to them, it's mine, right? It's the county's, it's the taxpayers, but it's through my authority. I'm the one that signs off on their training. So the notion that this is unusual, what I also share, and we shared it in the very healthy conversation we had with the county manager and HR team members, is this: when we look around the state, this personal staff characterization or classification is not even really utilized in most places around the state because the presumption is, just like you all, the people who report to elected officials, I didn't say department heads, I said elected officials. Those folks have to have loyalty with us. And so just as commissioners have personal staff who they have to rely on, the confidences, et cetera, so do we. And we're not seeking to make every employee personal staff. We're seeking to make investigators, law enforcement professionals. And I will tell you, and I know the DA can do it more so because of recent developments, these folks are protecting my life. We all get threats. they're more personal to me than even a prosecutor. I've got to rely on them to protect my life. I don't have the issues the DA has to deal with, don't have the number of threats. But to be able to hire a Georgia State Patrol officer and pay them more than $56,000 when it's within my budget, personal staff frees me up, designation frees me up to do just that. It frees me up, leaders, to be able to pay someone based on what they deliver within my budget. And so if I have someone underperforming, I don't want to give them a pay increase. I want to be strong when I go out and recruit. And right now, although we never got to key classifications being law enforcement, unfortunately, that is why we need, from my perspective, the flexibility to go out and recruit the best. On one side, we've got still these issues with backlogs, et cetera, crisis throughout our county. And all we're asking to do, pursuant to Georgia and federal law, free us up to recruit the best. Thank you for the question.
So this would be within your budget?
Yes, sir.
And if you made all of the investigators' personal staff, what percentage would you go from? You're saying you're at 30, 35% now. I mean, how much of your staff would then be personal staff?
It would be about 24 more individuals. And Mr. Commissioner, they have all already signed an agreement designating them as personal staff. In fact, the agreement I had them sign, those who started back in 2017 when I did, they signed that agreement then, because I believed then that the law supported it. And as early as I started January 3rd, 2017, by January 31st, 2017, we were seeing these challenges with hiring, even more pervasive now. And then Patrice Perkins Hooker and I talked about this and tried to get it accomplished even back then. The sole purpose is to give the ultimate hiring authority, and really, quite honestly, you all, with full respect, the HR department is working hard, but they can't tell me anything about recruiting a law enforcement professional. I'm just telling you.
And Madam DA, what about your numbers as far as personal staff, please?
As I approach, he's correct, all lawyers are personal staff. So my staff, and I include Orca too, is 380 fully staffed, and I stay at about 365. So all of my 150 lawyers are personal staff. My top tier of investigators, which is about 20, are personal staff, and then I have probably about 20 that are executive assistants. So it's probably half already are personal staff. This would make all of my investigators personal staff, which would bring us to 70 more people. So I'd probably be at about 50 or 60% would be personal staff. I do want to say one thing, because I have some commissioners on here that worry about the employment rights of the employees, and I think that you should. Every single one of my personal staff members has the benefit of FMLA, vacation, all of those things they have. Those are not things that are ripped from them. So I have somebody out right now on paternity leave. He has it just like another member would have it. So I just didn't not want to leave that on the air. And I don't know if you have any other questions, but.
So how many would, if you did these additional people as personal staff, who would be the people remaining that aren't personal staff?
It would still be a lot. It would be my victim witness advocates are not personal staff. My legal assistants are not personal staff. And we would still have some other office administrators that are not personal staff. But to Mr. Gamage's point, everyone that takes an oath to me would be personal staff. He just kind of hit on it very precursory. But the challenges that we have right now with recruiting are huge, and only for me in this particular area, and also in retention. I lost someone, which I kind of find embarrassing right now, to Pike County. I'm losing them to Atlanta, to Clayton, and I don't lose them because they're unhappy at the job. I'm losing them because the pay scale for investigators here, investigators and and police officers are premium right now. It's a dying profession. It's the profession that we really need, but people aren't going into it. And so you have to attract at top notch. So we're losing them to the cities in the county, but worse, I've lost them to Gwinnett, I lost them to APD,
I lost them to Clayton County. I just recently lost them to Pike. I don't even know where the hell Pike County is. Who cares about Pike County? Other than I lost an employee there. I've lost them to Google. I lost them to Cash App recently. I mean, I'm losing them to everywhere because everyone is paying top dollar for these premium people. And I want to talk about the threats, okay? So you all don't get to hear all of them. Unfortunately, I've now damaged probably some of your customer service personnel who does get to hear a fraction of them because people are threatening me in that way. But I have, in the last probably 2 months, over 150 threats that have come into the office. They come in through the customer service line, they come in through my phone line, they come into the magistrate court, they come in through written letter, they come in through text messages. The demands that I am putting on my staff right now to try to track down and investigate the threats, but also keep me alive, which has become a real concern for me. I have got to have people that are loyal to me and that my life means something to. And so we have some real issues here, and I don't want that to get lost. But Mr. Gamage is absolutely right. These people take an oath. My lawyers and my investigators, I don't want to say they are the most important, you know, because I don't want to offend any of my other staff, but they are the ones that are doing the heavy lifting and are keeping this community safe. And my investigators are as important as my lawyers, and I need them to be as loyal as my lawyers. And I believe that they are. I brought with me my deputy chiefs that are really the heroes that are keeping this county safe. I've got my deputy chief of major crimes here, of civil rights. I've got my deputy chief of case intake, of major case. And they can each tell you a sob story. Just last week, and this is one of the conversations me and Mr. Gamage had, I lost somebody who we went back and forth with Mr. Herman on because I wanted to try to make them a senior, and they had corrections experience and not this. One of the best investigators I've ever had, actually a woman, and I lost her to Atlanta because she was tired of playing the games. I've got emails going back and forth, not to Mr. Herman, but to his underlings, saying, can you please raise her, can you raise her? Wouldn't do it, wouldn't do it, wouldn't do it. She did what she should have did. She left. And when she left, I think she left with a little bit of unhappiness with the county, not because she didn't appreciate working for Deputy Chief Baez. In fact, she wrote a very nice letter saying how much she enjoyed working here, but she got a family. Why wouldn't she go make more money? If I had given her a very little bit of money, I could have kept her, but I didn't have the authority to do so. This has got to stop. And that's one anecdote, and it's only on my mind because I just lost her in the last 2 weeks, but that has happened to me time and time again. And I can't keep playing this game. And Ms. Whitmore said it right. It is very frustrating to keep going back and forth with the county trying to get people hired. And no one, all of your staff is personal staff. I can't tell you the value of Ms. Dorsha. I can't tell you her value. I know that it's something I probably don't even appreciate because only you know what services she provides, how often she's out in the community, how often she represents you, that she knows 9 to 5 is a joke. You know what I mean? That she has to do these things. Those are the same things for our investigators, and we need them, and I need to be able to pay them commensurate with everybody else around here.
And again, if you did this, it would be within your budget?
It would be in the budget. We would be able to raise them, yes. And I would be able to, quite frankly, let me say it on the other end. There are some people that the county has classified as seniors, and they had never written a search warrant. You know, they did not have the kind of experience that I needed. And I could have made determinations that this is really not a senior in the needs of a district attorney's office. So it's not always that someone's salary would be higher, it's that their salary would be commensurate with their experience and what they did for the office.
Madam CFO, do you concur that if they made these changes, it would be within their budget? Or that they would have to stay within the pay range?
We would require them to be able to make the changes within their budget and on a recurring basis, meaning they would have to find the recurring source of funds from within their budget to support the changes now and in the future.
Well, you know where you hid the money. They don't know where you hid the money.
Madam DA knows where she has her money.
All right, that's all that I have, Mr. Chair. I don't have any opposition to these people being designated as personal staff. Now, the question of whether that is a county manager or a board decision for elected officials is a separate question. But I think that either way, they should be allowed the personal staff that they need as elected officials. But I think again, the question of whether that's a county manager or a board decision is something separate, but frankly, as long as they're staying within their budget and there's no fiscal impact, I really don't care.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Thank you, Chairman. So this designation will allow you to not only retain the staff that you have, but maybe even bring other staff in.
It will allow me to recruit. Right now, just to tell you, just to give you, I have 150 lawyers. I only have 90 investigators. I have 2 vacancies for lawyers, which shows you how, for investigators, even though it's almost half, lawyers don't do math that well, but close to half, I have about 8 vacancies. I can't keep up with keeping my investigators because of they're being pulled from everywhere. You know, you take it as a compliment at first that people want your people, but at some point we're having to retrain people to do things. So yes, ma'am, it would help us to recruit and to retain.
Same thing for you, Solicitor Gamage.
Yes, Madam Commissioner. Thank you for the question.
So, County Attorney, and this is just a question, you don't necessarily have to answer it now, but I would like an answer from it. Is there not a way that we can do that with our policy? Because I hear what you're saying, the slippery slope, but I feel as though we're getting too far in the weeds with this. I feel like I understand your position, and I even understand what the chair is saying. However, what no one has articulated to me is how can we make this work and still have the protections in that we need for the employees that we need? And so that my question to you, which I know that's a tall order, you probably cannot answer that right now, but for me, I'm just asking because in the back of my mind, I feel as though we can do this, that we can do both. And so that's why I don't think it should really be a us versus them, or if we allow them to do it, then it may affect me. Do you understand the point that I'm trying to make? And so what protections do we need to stay in place? And is that a policy question that can be answered?
Just for some edification, and I believe Mr. Gamage would say the same. My lawyers have the same protections as anyone else in the office. They get the same FMLA. They do those things. So I don't want anyone to leave, because I did hear her say that. You know, I got 2 women right now out on maternity leave that happen to be attorneys. So they do get the privileges of Fulton County. They get the retirement that Fulton County gives, the pension. So I don't want you to think that they don't have all of those things. They do. The things that are attractive about Fulton County, my personal staff still gets those things. In fact, we just were given bonuses, right? Countywide, or at least my office. My office got bonuses because we reached our metrics, and all of my personal staff got that bonus as well.
Okay, so since, Madam DA, you brought that to my attention, what is the issue? What is the issue of what needs to be protected?
So first, let me say, I agree. It's not an us versus them. We do not see it that way. We are charged with giving legal advice, and I know the county manager said there were 3 attorneys at that meeting, but there was only 1 attorney there who is charged with advising Fulton County and the board. Our issue, and I believe Mr. Gamage mentioned Patrice Perkins Hooker. I've actually had a chance to review a memo from Patrice Perkins Hooker to Mr. Gamage back in 2017 that basically advised the same caution. So we're not opposed to our justice partners having the ability to recruit and retain. We just want to make sure that the expansion of personal staff meets the federal definition, because if there are claims brought forward, our best defense as a county will be if we can show that they met the definition when we designated them as such. I will say that the attorneys in the prosecutorial offices, per case law, have personal staff status. That's established. So that's how the attorneys became personal staff. There is no set designated percentage. They just have to meet the definition, which includes factors such as whether or not the elected official has powers of appointment and removal, whether or not the position is personally accountable to only the elected official, whether the position at issue represents the elected official to the public, such as the assistant DAs, assistant solicitors, who meet that definition, whether the elected official exercises a considerable amount of control over the position, the level of the position within the organization's chain of command, and this is kind of old-fashioned wording, but it says the actual intimacy of the working relationship between the elected official and the person filling the position. So we just are advising that we consider how each position meets this definition before pushing forward with expanding personal staff. When it comes to the FMLA, FLSA protections, et cetera, it is true, it's my understanding, that there's a voluntary compliance with those things. They don't have a federal right to it, but I understand that our prosecutorial offices have traditionally afforded them the same treatment as if they were subject to FMLA and FLSA protections. So, but that is a voluntary thing, and I think there is, it's easy to contemplate a situation where an employee could come forward and say, this didn't happen for me and I lost my protections. So it's a risk assessment. It's a risk assessment that this board will decide whether you will do or delegate to the county manager and chief human resources officer to do. So we are not advising against the expansion as a blanket matter, but just we would like a consideration of each position under this definition so that we will know in advance how we're going to justify, if called to justify, why the position fits into this definition.
And so that you're aware, each employee has to sign that they understand that they're personal staff. And it is made part of his HR file as well as my internal HR file. And right now, between both of our offices, we already have 25 investigators designated as such. What I'm trying to do is help the others to also be designated in this way.
Thank you, Madam DA. So I would ask on my behalf that if I can be given information, my office, as to what the concerns are and how do we put policy in place to address those concerns while freeing up elected officials to do what they need to do in order to be able to not only retain the staff, but to be competitive and bring other staff in. Let me say this while I have the mic. Some of the things that we do here are very archaic, and we will be remiss if we did not make that a reality. And so sometimes when we do things archaic and we make it as a rule, well, we've always done it this way. Well, this is 2023. This is a whole different beast. So I think it would behoove us as elected officials to see how to tweak and how to work this in order to benefit everybody. That's my role, because I hear the liabilities issues and I hear the other things that you're saying. I am not an attorney, but however, I do believe that this can be worked out on what I'm hearing today. Now, if I hear something differently, that's a whole different thing, but if we put in the protections that we need, if we make sure that there is, for the lack of a better word, a designation as to who is considered personal staff and who isn't considered personal staff. That's, in my mind, that makes it ABC. So I don't know how you all feel about that, but that's where I would.
Your Honor, I'm used to being in a courtroom. On behalf of the District Attorney's Office, I'm willing to sign a statement that says any person that works for me, with me, alongside me, and under my leadership, I'm going to let them have both FMLA, paternity leave, all of those things. As you know, Georgia's already in an at-will state, and so I don't see where they're losing protections. What you're doing is giving them an opportunity to make some more money. And that's just it at the end of the day. And that's really what I'm asking for, is the ability to, when I see an investigator and I'm in that interview and I ask them what kind of cases they work, have you done geofencing, have you done a search warrant, I know that they are a valuable asset to be able to pay them what they're worth.
Yes, Solicitor Gambich.
I think the only thing to add is that all of the characteristics in the criteria that Honorable Counsel laid out are satisfied and met, in our view, by the work of the sworn law enforcement investigator. I swear them in. And those other characteristics under federal law as interpreted through the states, they fit the category already. And to the point by our DA, they've already signed a waiver or at least an acknowledgement that they're personal staff. There's a secondary form, and counsel for the county, I'm sure knows that civil form better than I do. I've read it, did work with it, did talk with counsel within my office. And the county manager has already asserted that it's reasonable and appropriate, and we believe the county policy as well empowers the county manager to make these kinds of decisions. So I hope you'll consider it and continue to listen to us. And I think that the biggest takeaway should be, we're just trying to get these things accomplished in the very best way, in a way that's fair to the people. I'm a union man. I'm a proponent of labor and organized labor. Very much supported by them. I'm not going to do anything that's irresponsible or improper with regard to the rights and protections of not only my staff, but the hundreds of thousands of citizens that I work to protect every single day. And so the thought that we might be abusive to an employee undermines the very point that we're seeking the personal staff certification. They've already been designated by the county manager and team, but your approval, if we're gonna abuse the folks, we wouldn't be here asking for the ability to better recruit. Because if we were abusive, that would get out, and we would still have the same problems with retention and with hiring. So I think it's reasonable to consider, especially though, I wanna be careful with my words out of respect. Investigators, attorneys, and others have a specialized education and training. They are not normally those who traditionally governing authorities have sought to focus those protections on. It's folks who might not have as much specialized training. That's why those labor, right? I'm a labor guy, why those labor protections were fought for in our country. That's why I support them. So thank you all.
Thank you. County Attorney, and you don't have to answer this right now. In fact, I don't expect for you to answer it now, but I do want to follow up with you. How, if at any time, will this affect a sitting commissioner and my staff? Will it have any effect? Does it have anything that may come back and affect me?
No, the commissioner's staff are all specifically designated as personal staff. Your staff is quite small.
Right.
And the most important factor in the analysis of the factors in the definition is that intimacy factor is actually something that is readily met by all of your staff. And also, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, what I heard you saying that you wanted from our office is for us to provide information regarding any concerns or issues that may arise, along with potential solutions. So we will provide that to the board.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
And Commissioner, if I may also, if I may
Yes.
offer some insight. You asked the question about, how could we do better because this is an archaic process. And the personal staff designation has only been around since 2018. Before that, it was even worse because the elected officials were truly limited to the exact personnel policies as any one other department. They didn't have the ability to pay an attorney at the maximum of the range if that's what they desired. They said, nope, you have to start at the minimum, and that's it, and that's all you got. But I think the process that we have developed thus far since maybe stepping into the personal staff world in 2018 and further expanding it through conversations with elected officials once we get a better understanding of this new role, like what we created for the sheriff when he created his accreditation officer. Well, you have to walk us through the process. Let us understand, how are you hitting those 6 to 5, those 1 to 6 criteria that the county attorney was articulating, so that we could all be comfortable that when we bring it to you as the creation of a new classification, we know that it's going to be designated as a personal staff. It's already met all of the prerequisites legal tests that both either HR and legal looks at. And, and the majority of that legal test is also based on some case law that, the Sue and her team review to make sure that there is close consort with what courts have already identified and designated as a true personal staff decision or position. So I think we have a lot of that built in. It's just when you get to this very cloudy, roles of, and the investigator is a perfect example. You have an investigator, yes, the solicitor swears them in, the DA swears them in, but in between the solicitor and the investigator, there are like 3 levels of supervision. So if there are 3 levels of supervision, how could you get there? But I think nonetheless, going back to the original question that's on the table, is how could we bring a better process to and who approves? I would recommend that the process has worked. This here started with a judge attempting to put me in jail, if you want to know the backstory, and Patrice had to come and save me out of the clutches of the judge at the time. But I think the process where we have right now has worked. It's just there are 1 or 2 minute areas of some concern where this one has resolved itself now, and if there are others, I think we could get to a resolution in the future.
Well, what I would like is, thank you for that. What I would like is the input, because I would be remiss if I didn't tell you, we've got 2 elected officials that's standing in front of us, and this must be really important, because I know you all's caseload, and I'm not saying that to be one that is just trying to blow smoke, so to speak. What I'm asking, I go back, county attorney, to what I said. Maybe it's a policy situation. Maybe we have to have something written a certain way, and you all weigh in on it. But I would really like to know the pros and cons. What do you all feel is the best? And can we not be on the same side and see if we can allow you all to do what that you need to do while protecting the interests of the county? I know, listen, I see the chairman looking over at me. I can feel his raise. But I understand, because he has to be the chairman. And ultimately, at the end of the day, we have to all protect Fulton County. But in protecting Fulton County, we must protect those elected officials that put their names on the ballot to serve Fulton County. And so I would say, please let us know if there's a policy, if there's something we can tweak better and get their information. Thank you all.
Commissioner Barrett, you have the floor.
Madam DA, did you want to say something?
Let me yield the floor to you, and I do want to say something, but.
I will have questions, you will have a chance. I have a couple of questions here, and some of this may be because this is my first time sort of hearing about this movement of designation from personal staff to normal Fulton County employee. But Solicitor General Gamage answered this, I think, basically, which is, do the investigators meet the criteria that the county attorney listed? And the answer sounds like it's yes. Is that correct? That they do rise to that, they do meet those qualifications?
Our recommendation has previously been no, but that doesn't mean that, I'm sorry, I think there's too many mics on. That doesn't mean that we couldn't look at it holistically. And what, again, I take as my instruction from this discussion is to analyze not only the concerns we may have under expanding the designation, but also to look holistically at how we can meet the operational needs and concerns of these 2 elected officials that have been expressed today.
Well, I guess my other question is, go ahead.
I would like to chime in here. whatever the previous analysis was, I think it is wrong. The analysis legally, I believe, is they do meet the criteria of personal staff, and I think that's why Mr. Gamage starts with the oath, but I think the oath is just the beginning of why they meet the protection. My investigators meet it because all of them are put on independent protective services of me, and I mean that in the very literal sense. In addition to that, they all take directives from me. After that, when they are out in the community, nobody represents me more, probably in some ways more than the lawyers, because they're the ones in the street interfacing with the community under my name. And so I believe when you do the analysis and you look at it holistically, as the county attorney has said, you will find that they do. Mr. Herman could tell you also, and this is kind of to piggyback on the commissioner for the Mighty Six is concerned, is that when we are hiring personal staff, I think he could tell you we can do it twice as fast as we would be able to do other designations. And so I can get lawyers in here faster than investigators because of all of the archaic processes that I love so much. So in so many ways, this designation, it assists us in just a practical matter, but also legally, I think that it is sound. And we're already qualifying investigators, so it wouldn't be like, oh, this is the first time an investigator has been qualified as personal staff. That's just not accurate.
I guess my other question is, I'm sort of surprised, I guess, that it sounds like these two elected officials are having to get permission from Mr. Herman to make a designation change. I feel like that's a little bit of us inserting ourselves as the county side in how our justice partners are operating their departments, and that feels like an overstep to me. So I'm sort of confused about how Mr. Herman's become the decision maker on that.
And let me give you a practical example of that, and this is not to disparage anyone. Law enforcement have different roles, right? So the sheriff, his people are trained to keep people in custody. That's typically what they're trained to do, and they learned all kinds of skills that I know nothing about to do those job duties. However, because you might look at a sheriff's deputy and say, oh, he's been a law enforcement officer for 10 years, they'd qualify him as a senior. In my office, the skill set that they've learned is not in line with the skill set that I need. Whereas I might have an officer on the street who has done investigations. They've done search warrants. They've done geofencing. They know how to locate a witness. All of the skills that I need. And the county will come back and say, oh, they just qualify as a regular investigator. And so it puts you in this bind, and I'm like, you all don't even know what I need, why I need it, or what the job responsibilities are. The other thing is we talk about this intimacy. I can tell you everybody in my office, my lawyers and my investigators particularly, know that they report to me and all get called down individually for things that they do. Of course, in a county this big, I have people that serve alongside me and help me to facilitate that leadership. But I believe sincerely that they do meet every requirement of personal staff, and no benefit will be taken from them. What we're really asking you for is, can you help me so I can pay my people? That's really the ask.
Thank you. I think this gets to, there's two things here. I mean, first of all, I don't think we need to make a change in terms of inserting ourselves even more into this process, which is sort of sounds like why the discussion item was brought up. But it sounds like I'm hearing a whole additional can of worms being opened. It sounds like we need some different designations for investigators in different departments because they have different skill sets. That seems like a problem that I'm hearing you describe. If the personal staff option is a way to solve that problem, that's fine with me, but it does seem like we have several different problems going on here that we probably need to look at, whether it's what's the chain of decision-making here? I'm sort of still confused about whose legal right it is to even make this decision. At the end of the day, if it's these elected officials' legal right to make that decision, then that's their right. If it's ours, then it's ours. But it seems to me that's the first question I need answered, and I so far haven't really heard that. I've heard opinions on liability, but in terms of whose actual does anyone know whose actual responsibility this is and where this lies? Because I'm not hearing that.
You mean in today's policy?
I mean, in the law. Like,
oh, in the law.
Who's?
It's a legal designation. For example, in Title VII.
Right, but who decides? Does the elected official decide who gets the legal designation, or do you? Or are you just advising us? Because this is my confusion.
Because under the current policy, there is no specific reservation of the decision-making to you, so it appears in that void and has been treated as such that it is delegated to the county manager and the human resources officer.
But they don't report to them.
It is a legal designation regarding employment status.
But who decides which, no,
Okay,
I think we need
Yes.
further information on that, because that doesn't make sense to me. Either they run their own departments or they don't.
So, for example, they cannot make the decision that a personal staff member, your personal staff members, for example, they cannot sue you under Title VII because under Title VII, the definition of employee for purposes of Title VII specifically exempts personal staff of elected officials. So it's that type of legal designation.
Right, but again, it seems to them that it's to me that it's up to them to have their hires, their personal staff hires, sign a piece of paper, which it sounds like they do, that says they acknowledge those things to be true, and that they're choosing that form of employment. I just don't even understand why we're having this conversation, if I'm being honest.
So-
And I don't understand why we're getting in the way.
Well, I think you've hit right on why we had the meeting. It didn't make logical sense, but it is our policy to have HR decide which positions become personal staff for elected officials. And that's when I said up front that it's the balance, and Commissioner Arrington said it quite well, it's the balance of what's most efficient, what's most effective, what mitigates risk, and then ultimately also what keeps our leaders engaged in what they have to do. And it was that decision process in that meeting that I described where we then arrived at they should be doing exactly what they're advocating for. And then the alternative, you hit right on, and that is the alternative to that is to reserve that decision, I suppose, for the Board of Commissioners. The other alternative, which you're alluding to, is you ascribe it to the elected officials themselves.
Well, I'd like to see the policy change such that they make that designation and they don't have to get permission from Mr. Herman. That's what I would like to see. That's where I land on all of it.
Vice Chair Ellis?
I'll be brief. Just as we've seen in a couple of these, previous meetings and that sort of stuff, I don't like to opine and make a decision on something in the heat of the moment without having all the facts before us. We've quite frankly just been burned on that. What's being presented and asked may make perfect sense. I think what your ask is, or there may be some sort of nuance that needs to be kind of considered with it. I guess what you're asked, Mr. Chair, is, and bring this forward, is whether or not we feel that the decision to make on that rests with the board or rests with the manager. Is that a summation of your question?
Yeah, an hour and about 15 minutes later, that's it. It's a simple question.
I think it rests with us.
Yeah,
I think we should be briefed on the issue in full and then make a determination and go from there. Everybody's got their own views on this and a lot of stuff, whatever, but I do think that and sometimes in an organization, there are views that people have operating in a particular silo of the organization about a process may be antiquated or they don't like it or it should be changed. But in the entirety of the organization, making that change has unintended consequences. We've had that play out before. This may be perfectly fine, and there may not be any unintended consequences to it, but I do think it'd be worth us getting briefed on that by our county attorney, understanding what the puts and takes on that, and then making a decision. Move on.
We'll have legislation at the next meeting. We're complicating something that's very simple. I think that Mr. Gamage has mastered coming to you to get what he wants. That's not the way public policy is made, and I think that we are, this county government, in my judgment, and I've been at this a long time, we're headed in the wrong direction here. This is a simple matter here. I do not believe that the manager has the authority to make this decision. I think it's a board decision. That'll be an up or down vote. If it fails, then the manager, he can make the decision. He can let Mr. Gamage hire everybody, including the janitor, put him on his personal staff if he wants to. And this will translate, though, into, see, I told you so, further on down the road. And it's also going to translate into come budget time as we get into the 2024 budget. So anything else on this today?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think the question, I think the question is a bit more nuanced. I think the question is it the board, the county manager, or the elected officials themselves? And so I think that is the additional nuance. I don't think it's just, is it the board or the county manager? I think it is it the elected official, the board, or the county manager? And I think that third bucket creates a bigger depth, and really we have to rely on
So I agree with that.
the law and maybe the,
Throw that in there too.
Yeah.
Put the elected officials in there, and what further doesn't complicate it for me, but this notion of this not dealing with constitutional officers here, not totally, but that whole issue.
We are,
Huh?
I agree with you, we are.
No, I said not totally, not
You
Gammage.
talking about him?
Not Gammage.
No.
Yeah, not Gammage, but anyway, we'll have something at the next meeting. and
You know,
hopefully-
and Chairman Pitts, the only thing that I would ask, and I think that you're already doing that, is that we do this next week, because every day we're losing people, and we
Yes, ma'am.
have just too much work to do. So in closing, I would just ask that this is a decision that's made in an expeditious manner. And I agree with Commissioner Barrett and Commissioner Rollins. I think that this is really something that the elected should have always been doing. I think that Mr. Gammage and Mr. Anderson having the conversation and him explaining it and looking at it, and you know he's conservative, and he looks at this and he realizes that these are people that take an oath to us, these are people that report directly to us, and they're people that should be designated as personal staff. You have less people to hire than me, but my guess is, because I've talked to some commissioners, you know the frustration of trying to get someone hired in this county, and we lose good people every day. We deal with that frustration.
I've heard y'all make an argument today to get rid of the HR department. They seem to be the stumbling block for everything. That's a discussion for another day.
Well, I think what it really is that you shouldn't have to have 20 forms to hire one person, 10 of which ask the same thing.
I agree with you, Madam DA. Go back to work. We need you.
Thank you all, and thank you again, Mr. County Manager.
All right, we'll have
for
something
listening
ready for this
to
next meeting.
sensible approach.
Anything else to come before us today?
I was in the queue.
I'm sorry.
I would just ask and reiterate again that the county attorney gets all of that information to all of us, including Commissioner Thorne, because I think if we're going to talk about moving on this within 2 weeks, I think we need all the information now. And so what I would humbly ask is what I asked of you earlier, is your assessment, pros, cons, and a holistic, how can we do this and still address any concerns you have from a legal perspective? And for all commissioners to have that. Thank
May
you.
my office also provide you a writing?
Yes, please.
I'd just like to thank our county manager, Anderson, for putting this on today.
Thank you.
Actually, he did, and I did. Anything else to come before us today?
Mr. Chairman, members of the
Yes.
board, I think we still have one speaker on Zoom, public comment.
What happened to the what do you call those emails?
Emails, we can do those also, or? Okay.
Well, yeah, thank you, no, but just go back to the beginning now. Y'all voted to extend it again, and you heard it.
I put in a motion that they email the emails.
Second.
Okay.
We don't need a quorum. Just a minute. Just for the record, we don't need a quorum to hear from the public. We're not voting on anything. Continue. You have as much time as you want.
Okay. Okay, we have Ben Howard speaking from Zoom.
Greetings, commissioners and fellow citizens. Ben Howard, Senior Advocate, Public Policy Analyst. To the Fulton County Office of Aging, please look into the concern of Ms. VB about the tardiness and cancellations of her schedulings with the mobility bus service. To the movers and shakers of the Housing Authority of Fulton County, please correct your website. We all know Commissioner Natalie Hall did not and cannot, under state law, make 2 appointments to your board. Be also reminded, HAFC is not a private social club. The millions of dollars you fool around with at your semi-secreted board meetings are extracted from the tax-paying public. So no virtual meetings via Zoom, no social media, no FGTV, only in-person monitoring of what you do allowed by citizens who must travel to the Housing Authority's long-distance office? No. Please pass a motion to override that chairperson's autocratic ban against virtual onlookers. A little more openness and transparency, please.
That concludes the Zoom public comments.
What about the emails?
Regarding the email
I
comments.
put in a motion to email it to the commission.
Just a minute, just a minute. What did she say? Yes, ma'am. Then don't tell me y'all don't want to hear from the public.
We do, but they can email it to us, Sharon.
There's only 3 of us here. Motion to have the email sent to us. for
Second,
review.
seconded.
Fails for lack of 4 votes. All right. Any other matters that come before us today? All right. If not, we're adjourned.